What we have here is Rise of Industry. I'm going to give this game a shake for a day or two. I have played it for a short while before, and I went, ooh, this is intriguing, I want to play more, but, you know, Retro Marathon's going on right now, so I'll enjoy that. Well, that's over, and this is what I want to sink my teeth into. Actually, over the whole time that this channel has been hosting various people stabbing at games for the NES, SNES, and PlayStation, I've had this desire to build and create and manage welling within me. So I was scurrying around trying to find games that would scratch that itch for me, and I have a few up my sleeve, but one that I want to jump into. Oh my god, calm down, game. Alright, tell you what, just... there we go. Normally I don't like having no background music, but the intro music to this game is... it's not setting the tone, let's say. So I've been wanting to build, basically. Get a good city builder, but you know I don't like city builders like Sim City or even Skylines because they play it too straight. But this one kind of appeals to me. It's no city builder, it's an industry builder, and I want to shake it for all it's worth. I'm going to start a regular career on it and just see where it takes us. But before that, I want to show something that intrigues me, but I can't quite get to work the way I want it to. And maybe, just maybe, there's somebody out there who knows how this works and can get it to do what I'm looking to do. This game has the ability to make your own custom scenarios with your own map. And I thought, great, I don't really like random maps. I want to play on a map of the world and build that up. So you need to set an objective, but this stuff isn't important. Ignore that. Carry on. This is what's important. You can import your own height maps. So what do we have here? Southwest Europe, South America, Stockholm, South America fixed. Of course it's fixed. It's all underwater there. Come on though. I've got one that I'm after here properly. And it's not Norlands and it's certainly not Ireland. Here we go. Europe. You can set the water level for it. As we increment it, you'll see certain places drowning. Goodbye Netherlands. Goodbye Denmark. Goodbye England. Yeah, it's not bad, and that's only at 5%. We can sink all but the Alps here. But no, I think it'll be alright if we set it to just 3.1%. I think that's okay. And let's just go and start that up and see what we get. This is something that gets me quite excited about the game. I would love to play this game on the map of Europe, but there's one slight problem that, you know, given that I'm bigging this up, it's probably not going to happen here, and I'll look quite the fool, but that's okay. Yeah, pi% water. It's a pretty neat thing that you can just pull in any old height map, which is easy to find, and then make a map out of it. But my problem is that the allocation of cities isn't really quite what I'm looking for. I don't think that's the Balkans. Forgive me, I'm not that familiar with the map of Europe, but I'm pretty sure this is not Francia, given that Stockholm should be over there. The Russian Empire, flanked by Iberia, Scandinavia, Greater Poland, and Germania. I mean, 3 out of 4, I guess? It's not quite right. Where's Italy? What's going on in Iberia here? Of course, the game doesn't know this is a height map of Europe. It's just plonking down cities wherever it wants, but I can't find a way to tell the game where to put its cities and what to name them. You can get a naming list modded into the game, which is what I have. I've made a list of places. I put in, here's a list of names, but I can't assign them. And I can't assign the city locations. If somebody knows how to do that, please tell me, because I would love to just turn Europe into my own industrial powerhouse. I'd like to do something like just take Italy and have it do nothing but, I don't know, manufacture cowhides or something like that. Or take from the Book of Terranigma and turn Scotland into a lake and have it owned by someone called Rich. Freaking Terranigma, man. Anyway, that is what I really want to do with this game, but since I can't seem to figure out how to do that, then I can't do that. Well, too bad. Let's come out of that and actually start a game proper. Okay, I said I don't like the starting music, but lack of music is making me nervous, so I'll have just a little bit of it going. A lot of preamble here, isn't there? Crivens, let's say... Oh, okay. Or we'll just close the game. I thought escape would take me to main menu. So this is what happens when you stop streaming for a few weeks. You just forget the basics of everything. We're going to get the game back? I would appreciate it. There we go. What bugs me is there's no correct viewpoint of your... Yeah, this game does 45 degrees. I don't think you can... no, I suppose it's 90 degree turns. You can do it top-down, face-on, kind of Factorio style, but you don't have true free control of the camera. Again, unless I'm mistaken, I haven't played this game much. Okay, career. Let's actually play the game as, quote-unquote, the developers intended. Town name generation, UK, Germany, Spain, Brazil. Whoa. Yeah, given that we doubled the Brazilian representation in the recent marathon, how could I not use Brazilian town names? Normal players. I think there's 2 starting dates, 1930 and 2130. I haven't touched 2130, but I'm under the impression that's when the land is just completely burned from being exploited. Medium map, left-hand driving. Because I'm not a barbarian. We'll keep the assistant on because I don't really know how to play this game. Normal. Not going to use a height map this time, just let the game do whatever it wants here. As for difficulty settings, I imagine turning off traffic, that wouldn't be right. I'm generally having everything on normal, except I'm giving myself more money at the start because I have no idea how to really play this game, so... I don't want to sink myself into a pit of debt from the get-go, maybe when I understand the game a bit better. And one thing is simplified production change. This game has it so that things are produced in, say, you'll make 2 of these every 10 days, and 3 of this every 15 days, and instead of this every 20 days. This one just simplifies it to all be 15 or 30 days, I think. I don't... Well, whatever. I want to get to grips with the game, so I might as well keep it simple from the get-go. But hey, if you want to complicate things, go straight for that. Again, I'm not familiar with this game. Probably should have put that somewhere in the title. Ah well, what you gonna do? Thanks BMC22 for coaxing me by saying come to Brazil. I might someday go to Brazil, but I'm not in any hurry. Alright, now that that disastrous intro music is gone, let's crank this right the way up. Okay, welcome to Rise of Industry. We'd like to dive into the deep of the industrial pool and cover the basics, make sure everyone's on the same foot. I'm sure we would. So here's our map of somewhere in Brazil. Got a lot of different places going for it. Nova Iguacu, Contagem, Aracaju, Salvador, Porto Alegre, Canoas, Olinda, now Sorinda? No. Okay, so what do we start off with this game? What's this all about? We have to find one of these places as our headquarters, and that will give us carte blanche of building up the entire area with as much industry as we want. I'll explain as much of the game that I know, and then beyond that it's going to be pretty blind. So if I were to start out and say Canoas here, I would be able to build anywhere I want within its white boundary here. So taking Canoas, for example, would give me huge access. Let's move you across. Lots of pretty good land for building on, tons of forestry, lots of flat area. Flat area is good. The moment you have a bump like this, you won't be able to build a big bulky thing on it. And things that you build in this game are quite bulky. This is one of the really small items here. It's only 3x3. Many things are 5x5 or even worse, or irregular. So that's one consideration. Going for Porto Alegre looks pretty horrible since it's just this tiny area on a... wouldn't even say it's an island here, more of an arc. Well, depends if it links up here. Who knows? But there's more to take into account, isn't there? If we press tab a few times... is tab what I'm looking for? Maybe that's just not what I'm looking for there. Ah, there we go. Raw resources. So although Canoas' area looks pretty good for building on, it has no raw resources whatsoever, whereas somewhere like Nova Iguacu has reasonable area to build on, but lots of resources. Oil, yet more oil. Gas here. George Bush would have a field day over here. Even more. They have expanded their borders over to this island. Island? Yeah, island. And are claiming its natural gas reserves. Much to the chagrin of Contagem, no doubt. So that's two things to consider, the landscape itself and the natural resources. But there's also the cities themselves. Each area, as best I can tell, has one city. Oh, I will not forget the wood economy, Carlos. Don't you forget it. So every area here has its name, which for some reason you can't edit. I'm very saddened by that. At least if you could edit names, I could get that map of Europe that I wanted halfway there. They've got their own population, which I assume dictates the amount of goods that they want. As for what they want, every city has shops of some description. I think every single city always has a hardware store and a farmer's market. And they will generally request baseline ingredients or raw ingredients, sometimes a little bit manufactured. So this farmer's market wants apples, berries, sugar, milk, wheat, eggs, mutton, and vegetables. So of these, I think vegetables, apples, berries, and wheat are base ingredients. Mutton, eggs, sugar, and milk. Maybe sugar is a base ingredient. But hey, since I'm not familiar with that, we can just click on it and find out. It tells me that in order to get sugar, all you need is a plantation that is fed with water. Excellent. What about apples? Again, just make them in an orchard. All you need is water. Groovy. But what about mutton? I can't grow that on a farm. No, you can do it on a livestock farm. It needs water and wheat. Okay, oh, but wheat. How do you get wheat? Well, you need to grow that on a crop farm. Water to make wheat. So you start to get the feel that this game is about setting up supply chains, and already I'm kind of saying it for dramatic effect, but I am actually salivating a bit here at the thought of doing that, because this is what I want to be doing. I mean, all those retro games are a lot of fun. I love old, crappy games like that. But deep down, you know, any upstanding individual just wants to build. So what about the hardware store? The hardware store will get oil. It'll get wool doubtlessly coming out of your sheep plantation. So already you might be seeing a bit of a synergy here if we were to set up in Canoas, and we still might. If I were to set up a wheat farm, I could feed a bunch of sheep to get mutton and wool, and this place will buy wool and mutton. And if I have surplus wheat, the farmer's market buys wheat as well. So you're already thinking in your head, alright, great, I can set these things up. However, here comes a bit of a curveball. We'll like those around here. You can't do all these things, because you have a very, very limiting tech tree, unless you play on sandbox mode, but you need some resistance when it comes to building. So I'm happy enough that this has a tech tree, or a pretty hefty tech tree to it. At the very start, you can only do the most basic of basic. You can pump out water, you can go fishing, and, well, you can chop wood. Good for you. Can we do anything else? I think you can always exploit base resources, so we can set up a coal mine. Yeah, and we can exploit iron, sand, copper. There's our oil and gas, great, but beyond that, you need to unlock techs. Have you ever gone fishing in real life? I have not. It's something I would like to do at some point. Like many things. Yeah, given the opportunity, I would definitely go out fishing though, just to give it a go. I've been out sailing, didn't like it, so I want something a bit more relaxed to it. It's not just tech for industry that you set up, it's also things that affect your industry. The kind of roads that you can build, the amount of storage you can have in your factories, and how you handle pollution, if indeed you want to create pollution, and you probably do. Anything that seems quite advanced is going to put out air pollution or water pollution, so you'll need air purifiers, chemical scrubbers, water treatment to handle that. So maybe early on we don't want to go out throwing down lots of pollution. Now this start is going really slow. It's been 23 minutes since I started the stream. I haven't done anything. I suspect I'm going to have one good stab where I learn the game, and then another more aggressive stab where I carpet Europe in industry. That's how I see this one going. Because I think this game's pretty good, but all the better to find out. Okay, so we get to choose 3 of these. I haven't decided we're going to start out in Canoas. It was just somewhere that I wanted to muse about. And certainly for building on, it's great. Location-wise, it's okay, but it could be better. For example, if I end up with a surplus of something, let's say I've just got trying to think of a good example for this one. Let's say I was growing wheat to feed cows so that I can get cows milk and leather. Well, cows produce milk and leather, but they also produce beef, and nowhere in Canoas has demand for beef, so I wouldn't be able to sell it. It would just be stockpiling. I'm not sure if you can destroy stockpiles or not, but they would be taking up space. So I would need to actually make something on that beef. So what I would end up doing is going somewhere that does want beef. Hey, like over at Porto Algeri. And then I would ship it over. Now the further you ship something, the more it costs for you. In certain tycoon games, generally the further you bring something the better, because you get paid more for it. But no, you'll get paid a set price and you have to foot the bill for how far it goes. So if I have a truck that delivers goods from Canoas over to Porto Algeri, I'm probably going to be paying dollars on the dime for transport costs. So you're going to need to figure out how to do that best. The answer is trains, of course. Well, it better be trains, because this game has trains. I am actually salivating at how much I want to dig into this, and I will be, but you know, it's like Christmas dinner. You gotta carve up that turkey tantalizingly before you get stuck into it. Okay, so that is an option. In terms of positioning, well, ignoring the fact that Porto Algeri's land here is garbage for building on, it's a bit more central. It's got quick access to Olinda, Canoa, Salvador, and Contagem for putting out excess, but there's no way in hell I'd start on this place. Or rather, starting on this place would indicate quite a challenge that I'm definitely not ready for. I would consider Salvador. It's very similar to Canoas, but at a glance it is larger, much larger. So it will doubtlessly have a much bigger demand for these goods, although it's probably going to be hard to fill those anyway. The land is similarly large and flat to Canoas. Not as many trees, but that's not a big problem. You can plant trees. This is no factorio. Easy access to water, and we will need that. And loads of raw materials, which I don't think I'll be exploiting anytime soon, because I think all of these are going to give a lot of pollution if I dig into them. So Salvador is almost certainly my favorite here. I should still give it a quick look. Actually, you know, we'll spend forever checking out all the cities. As long as Salvador immediately has something that I want to set up a supply chain for, we will go for Salvador. The game even recommends that you start in a region with 3 shops. Unfortunately, whatever you click on doesn't get priority on the Windows thing here, so... Oh, well, wait, it does, but it doesn't? Oh, okay, fair enough. So, what can we do in Salvador? Jake, who owns the gas and oil between Salvador and something or other? I was thinking it was algae, but it's not. The gas and oil between Salvador and Algeri. Well, Salvador's border goes over to here, down to here, and over here. So it looks to me that Porto Algeri... No. Actually, I have no idea where this is. Do we have the map? I thought there was a tile inspector thing that would allow me to check that. Map labels, layers. Honest to goodness, I do not know who is here. I suspect it's Porto Algeri. Porto Algeri probably has all these waters in this bit here. So you're lucky for them, they get the gas and oil, and Salvador has to make do with their coal, iron, coal, and who owns that gas? Salvador will in due time. Still, at the risk of getting sidetracked here, what can we do in not San Salvador? So they don't take wheat, so if I end up growing wheat to feed my animals with, I wouldn't be able to sell excess here. Could sell excess elsewhere or just eat it all, but that's something to consider. They do take in leather, but not the meat of an animal. They take in chickens, but not chicken eggs, so there's a lot of wastage in these industries. They take construction goods. They take heavy pulp. Heavy pulp, it is a good that's going to bring out pollution, but it's a good way to make good money on wood. See, if I sell one bit of wood, I'm going to get 2.5 grand for it. If I sell wood pulp, which is made from 2 bits of wood and some water, I get 28 grand for it. I think we're already looking into our heavy pulp production here. I like the sound of that. What else could be done? Again, wool has the mutton that comes out, and it's not really worth much for that, is it? I could just go heavy into making pulp and fruit. If I make loads of apples and such, that should be good. What about all this plastic stuff? Oh, tapping into a lot of raw ingredients for that. Chemicals, paint. Can refine oil, assumedly at a refinery, to make plenty of money, but those resources will run out. Oh, tell you what. Furniture base. Furniture base goes for loads of money united and requires wooden planks, which are made from wood. 3 wooden things make 2 planks. 2 planks make 2 furniture bases, which are worth loads of money. So straight away, what I'm seeing from this this place is I want to go heavy into the wood economy. And ironically, a lot of the wood is quite far from Salvador, but I'll make that do. Yes, yes. So if I ignore the food needs of these people altogether, we can produce lots of wood at a lumber yard, which I don't think we need to research. Crush it into pulp using water, and any excess can be turned into lumber, which is turned into furniture. I like it, so it's what we're going to do. I think it's better to specialize rather than to do a lot of different things, because lots of different things needs lots of different research, so it's probably better to absolutely saturate the market with my pulp before I start going elsewhere. And yes, deforestation is of course the answer here. So, that's what we're going to go into. Where was the pulp? Where indeed was the pulp? Is it under carpentry? No, but the furniture bases certainly are there. One slight problem is the free unlocks I get are only for first and second row, so I can't freely get into carpentry. Probably because it would be overpowered to immediately get this tier 2 or tier 3, whatever you call the tier system here, goods. However, paper mill, heavy pulp is level 2, so since I definitely want to get into that, we'll unlock heavy pulp. Now, I could use one of my free ones on wooden planks to get into furniture bases, but since I know that I can't do that, I think I will look at something else before I go into furniture bases, and the way I see it, it's probably easiest if I just get myself some, well, probably the highest selling food stuff, basic food stuff that they have here. And looking at it, it's berries. Could I get berries in a plantation? Show me it on tech tree. Yes, yes I could. And down the line, if I want to turn that into dye, I'll have the option to. So I'll unlock berries so I can do that in a plantation. And for my third technology, if we stop searching for berries, I think I will get myself some urban roads, because dirt roads are really kind of garbage. Although I could get myself that head start on the wooden planks. Oh, you tempt me, game, you tempt me. How can I say no to the money of the furniture bases? I cannot. We're not going to use this straight away, but at least we have it. Now, to get more tech, you have to spend time and money, and it's quite a lot of time and quite a lot of money, but I want those furniture bases, so we'll get those going. Turn the natives into dye. They were only Brazilians. Ramesses. What can I say? Prince of Egypt has been on my mind, but it always is. So, we've made our decision. I don't know if you actually use your headquarter in any meaningful way in this game. And unfortunately, I don't like the layout of the towns here. It's just grid, 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 grid. Grids, well, they would make any sane man sick, but whatever. There's our headquarters. I don't think it does anything other than claim Salvador for our own. There we go, just keep the basic information up. Maybe a bit more. So the game has some... what is this? This is like your advisory thing. You can turn it off. Your assistant, that's what it wants to call you. It just gives you advice for how to proceed. I'm actually going to keep the thing, because there might be elements of the game that I'm not familiar with. I did play through the entire tutorial, though, because I was that invested in understanding how to play the game. Okay, what did I even say we're going to do? We are going to do a lot of exploiting of the wood around here. Now, ideally for me, I'd do it around here, but that just doesn't have the forest set up for it. Here's a whole load of forest, so I rather think... I think... That's the hardware store that buys in all the wood. It's quite close to this area, so I shouldn't have a problem just setting up a whole lot of exploitation here. So that's what we do. It counts as a gatherer, I believe, because it's a base ingredient. And lumber yards do not produce pollution, so lucky me. I believe every forest yard wants to have 4 trees by it. Let me think. This is kind of a main road, so I want to have this coming off of the main road and into all this. But I want to sell it directly to there. I could actually minimize movement by building it up here, but no, I think this is fine. Bit of extra cost for shipping it out, but what you're going to do. So there we go. Now whenever you build one of these, you want 3, and I believe you can get more as you get new techs. I want to have 3 of these actual wood cutters. So these wood cutters cut the wood, and then it gets processed or delivered from this place. But seeing is believing. I'm just trying to think of how I'm doing the roads here. Thinking of it, they come from the left, so if I go a 1, a 2, and a 3, I've just got dirt roads, which are, well, they really are dirt. They're not good at all, but what can you do? I will bring you out like that, but I don't think 1 is enough. I don't think 2 is enough. I think this is the kind of game where more is more. You are almost always going to be wanting more. I can get behind that. So let's have more. This is my town. Lumberyard 1 and Lumberyard 2. Elegant names, no doubt. So, how's this going to work? Well, not very well unless I tell it what to do. This lumberyard, I will tell you that your destination is that hardware store. Same for you, Lumberyard 2. You can do all sorts of complicated things with warehouses, but you pay upkeep on everything, so I don't want to pay that. Send every last bit of wood you can over to the hardware store. I will probably just expand and expand this. This will be my deforestation area. But where's the farmer's market? That's construction good, that's the hardware store. How do you find them again? There we go. Farmer's market is over here. Lovely. Tell you what I could do is I could turn this into a lovely orchard. I did get my plantation, right? Farm, plantation, and we will make loads of berries to deliver to the farmer's market over here. The lumberyard itself is just for storage, yes. These guys are going to go and cut down these trees and process them. They're going to be delivered to the lumberyard, and then the lumberyard is, I believe, yeah, it shows here, it visualizes the journey. It's going to deliver them straight over to the hardware store, and I will be paid $2,600 for every shipment of wood, and they demand 9 wood every 15 days. If I saturate that, I think the price goes down, so I'm not sure there's any real reason to fulfill demands entirely, but I'm not sure. There's a lot I need to learn about this game, and learn it I shall. Okay, how are we going to do this? These are going to be my orchards. A 1, a 2... Hang on, can I or should I even turn these around? I think I should. Fortunately, there's an undo tool. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to undo that at all. Okay, there we go. This game, no doubt, has a lot of optimal building strategies. Kind of like Factorio does. Do I know them? I do not, but I'm going to guess that that's a good one for the plantation because I know that there are techs to unlock more fields. I don't know what or where the techs are or exactly how much it does it by, but I'm going to have to rely on my incredible powers of assumption for a wee while. Now there's a small problem here, which is actually a bit of a big problem. These plantations that I'm building, and yes, plantations, I'm going to build more, need water, but we'll build water shortly after. For now, I just want my plantation going. How long are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a 1, a 2, a 3. Very good. The berries go straight to the farmer's market. This is not a very complicated manual setup. Later on I will doubtlessly want to do them into warehouses and then onto their destinations, because it's more efficient that way. But we're not there yet. We don't need to be there yet. What about water? Now, how do you get water to these places? There are two main ways. One is that you can harvest it and ship it with trucks. Another is to use a more central distribution network. I'll want to do the latter later on, but for now, mostly because I don't understand how that part works, I will just do it with a water siphon. Now, water siphon, I suppose I can show it. You put it down, and then you put down water siphons in lakes and rivers and all that, and they will exploit the resources for you. There's not a lot of water here to be exploited, sadly, but this game involves terraforming. So this only works if I'm out of the build menu. Gotcha. Terraforming is horrifically expensive, so I don't think it's something that you should do often, but I'm going to do it, because no one can stop me. So if I brought you down... Whew, that costs like $1 million. That's quite a lot. Couldn't I just do that? I kind of want this to be more uniform. Oh god, I certainly don't want to do that. I'm not very familiar with terraforming, so I'm figuring it out here as we go. If I did my terraform... Whoa. If I did my terraforming like so, I probably have a good lake to work with. That's how getting water works, right? So now I'm going to have my water siphon gatherer probably here, which means I can put you there, there, and there. And then I bring you together like so. And this is where I need to start caring about the orders of production here. So every 15 days, I'm going to get 3 units of water. Great. How much do the plantations need? Every 30 days they'll put out. So every field needs 1 bit of water every 30 days. So one of these will give me 6 water every 30 days. So I will be able to get both of these plantations going with just 1 water producer. Well, that's good news for me. Hell, I'd even say that's great news for me. We'll connect all that up, and it's very basic, right? In the end, all I'm doing is bringing berries and wood in here, and those are some low-tier stuff, but that's okay. We're just getting started here. Oh yeah, Naffle. An hour or 2 off stream makes sense. Once I go beyond making pulp, I'm going to be out of what I know in this game. So Jake, what made you join the marathon and choose this game? Oh, well, you know, I just love the community so much. I wanted to give something back. Everyone had so much fun during the Nancy-thon, and I feel like I missed out during that, so how could I miss this one? Okay, so these water pumps are pumping out that water. You can even see their progression here. The water, I believe, is infinite. The water is one of the few infinite resources you have around here. What about these harvesters? They are harvesting the wood around them. Good for them. And we should be able to see their progress here as well. Great. Did you just copy? Yeah. Everyone was that lame. Well, not everyone, but it became a running theme. Something something love the community. Something something Nancy Drew marathon. Now, something that I'm going to have to think about is this game generates a lot of traffic, a whole lot of traffic. Compare how fast they move on the dirt roads to how fast they move on the not dirt roads. I reckon they're going twice as fast on the not dirt roads, the urban roads if you will. But all these guys threw out a lot of trucks at once, and I have left-hand driving mode on. I'm going to have to think about things like flows of traffic, how they turn. Look at this, driving from the left and turning right. Oof, that's going to cut off all traffic that goes this way. Not really a big concern right now, but it will be. So here we go, we've got all that lumber coming out of there and into here. Now we can check a bit more of this, can't we? Can't we? Here we go. The dispatch cost and the distance that they're going means I'm paying $850 for every journey to the hardware store. So that is drinking straight from my profits. See, the wood's only worth 2.85k. take away the 850, and take away the building upkeep cost, which I think is every month, and I have to plow out a lot of wood to make back my money there, but I will. I mean, these plantations aren't even working at all because they're not getting their water, but they will. Come to think of it, how's that water coming along? Maybe they did. I'm sure there's a button that tells me how they're doing. Is it Alt? It is Alt. How about the percentage? There we go. So once these guys get their water out there, those guys will start working for me. You just get out of here. This game wants me to sell a certain amount of stuff, and I will get right on that. Oh, I don't think I told you where to go, did I? Your destination is here and here, and make sure that they have... Right, so I can set it. I want each of these plantations to have 6 water on hand. There we go. Forgot that I'm doing this manually. This seems like an incredibly inefficient way to send out water, but what do I know? Not enough, evidently. These trucks will... Again, this cost me $650 each truck. Each truck will come down here, deliver water to the plantation, and then they will get to work. I shouldn't have built the plantations until I had my water flowing, though, because these things are costing me quite a lot of money each month. That's okay. Not too worried about it. If the game really hooks me, I'm certain I'll be playing on harder modes before you know it. So there we go. It's a good thing that these plantations are on the left-hand side of the road. If they were on the right, every time they wanted to turn into it, they'd be cutting into oncoming traffic. There we go. They're dispatching the water as they get it, and the plantations will begin working once they have the water that they need there. The BR Water Truck Union kicked up a fuss at the proposed pipe. BRs, man. I'm actually very happy that there's so many Brazilians within the community. They're just so good to laugh at. And I think they understand that and kind of play to the crowd, but that's okay. As you can tell, I'm hemorrhaging money right now. I may have 17 million, but we are losing a hefty amount each month. That's alright though, a good chunk of that is on our building up. Oh, tell you what though, see on my tech tree, I might be working on the furniture bases for now, and it's going to take a long time to do. Actually, an incredibly long time. Probably shouldn't have gone for that first, but I did. I will want... Where is it? Where's pollution? Tell you what, I can't even see it, so I'll just search for air. Here we go. I'm going to want an air purifier when I have this thing operational. Actually, that's going to take so long to do. I'm going to have the air purifier first. And then I'm going to get my furniture base. There we go. Wait, large? Do they bump the small ones or the large ones at the hardware store? The construction goods? Small ones. Okay, great. Because the pulp I produce is going to give me... Wait, who wants the pulp? Was this the place that I was going to do pulp in? Hardware store wants raw rubber. Oh, thank God, yeah. That heavy pulp is going to give me pollution, so I want to be ready for that immediately. So my thought immediately is, do I want to have more plantations going? Every 30 days, I'm going to produce 2 per field. So you're going to give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 berries a month? Is that going to fulfill demand? They want 7 every 15 days, so they're going to want 4. Okay, so 2 of these are actually fulfilling their need for berries. I don't need more plantations. I could research apples and start planting apples. I hate the idea of constantly pushing my furniture bases away, but it might be an idea to do that just to keep making more money. Because expansion is good, and that thing takes forever to figure out. Apples, apples, apples. Forgive my lack of vision here, but where are the apples? Ah, there we go. Apples into smoothies. Do they take sugar? Because I could give them some sugar. No, they're not into sugar. The game wants me to research a train terminal. I won't be doing that anytime soon, so we'll ignore the assistant for a wee while. Kind of tempted by giving them all the apples as well. 12 berries per 30 days is enough to satisfy 7 per 15 days. That doesn't seem to add up, Jake. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think I was counting that the right way in my head. Let me try again. Yeah, I was probably doubling instead of halving, wasn't I? Every 15 days I'm going to have 6 berries coming out. And they want 7. That's good. I'd rather go under rather than over on that. Hey, look, we're actually making surplus. It reckons we're going to be making 97,000. That's not bad. That's all that wood coming in and all those berries. The water doesn't make us any money at all. The water just feeds these plantations, and then the berries out of the plantations are what feed us the money. Yeah, oversupplying would drop the price, so I don't want to oversupply on anything. I might consider going the juice route if somewhere else buys juice. I know I was talking about making my furniture bases, but now that I think about it, I didn't realize how long it would take. Ah, so there are AIs. The AIs are already building up. This AI over here has a water well, so they don't need a lake, although I think water wells are more expensive to run. And they are growing chocolate for Arcaju. Now, why would they do that? Probably because they demand cocoa. They don't demand advanced things. They're not producing advanced things, so I don't know if those guys are going to make tons of money or not. Who else do we have around here, AI-wise? Don't tell me there's only one AI. That would... No, there's 2. Family Corp. Where's Family Corp? Ah! Looks like they are over here. There's Family Corp. And they are growing cotton. They're family friendly. Because these places want cotton. And as they grow, they're going to demand more advanced things, but it's not my concern right now. My concern is with Salvador. You could go the American route, squeeze the BRs for their juice rather than fruits. If somewhere around wants juice, that would work out pretty well for me. But none of these places seem to want juice. Olinda? Well, they want their oranges, but not their orange juice. I feel like orange juice might be a next tier level shop thing. I think these base shops tend to only demand the very lowest of the low goods. So maybe when places build up, we'll find a demand for juice. For now, I think I'm the only city that has a 3rd shop. And what they want are industrial goods, and that's why I want those furniture bases and that heavy pulp being produced. Speaking of, I could certainly get to work on the heavy pulp. That air purifier isn't too far away from being done. And what I could do is, since I'm going to have a lot of pollution created by it, I'm going to want to have it done, well, not next to the city. What I might do, and I know terraforming is horrifically expensive, but I think... Oh my god, that is so expensive. I cannot justify that cost. This hill here is very annoying for building on, though. But it would cost me millions to flatten it out. But this is such an ideal area. Trees soak up pollution as well. You know what? Let's just spend it. It's going to cost a lot of money. That's okay. Just get it done. Is that the hill you wish to financially die on? I'm not barren, okay? Although, perhaps that is not something I should be saying. This is certainly going to be the main throughput into the city. Although I could make another one. Could make another line coming in here. Now you're going to that construction goods store. What would they do? Would they come up? They'd probably just cut straight left and go up there. But that's alright. That would not interfere with incoming traffic into the hardware store. Just outgoing traffic to it. I don't know. I'm not experienced enough with this game to know how to set up my traffic, but what can you do? Do I make a 4-way here? Or is that just going to cause me a lot of problems? You know what, we can solve traffic issues later on. I want my heavy pulp. I don't know how I'm going to set this up just yet, but let's do this. Oh, that's right, pulp needs water. So however you cut it, I am going to need another watery, siphony thing going on here, haven't I? I can make another one over here that pumps it down, that's fine. Paper mill makes heavy pulp. Groovy, but it almost certainly does a whole lot of polluting while it's at it. Okay, tell you what, we'll have our water straight away. I think if I press X... No, I don't want to press X to create a copy of it. It'll also copy its orders to go and give my plantations all the water. So I'll set up a fresh new one. Water siphon over here, give it space, a 1, 2, a 1, 2, a 1, 3. And that should be enough, but I also want you poking out a bit. Yeah, one more. There we go. Game's giving me an R&D. Oh, nice, we've got our air purifier completed. Are we? Yeah, we're still working on these things. I kind of want to do lots of apples, though. It's more immediate money. And it's only 60 days. Yeah, go on then. Give us the apples. Since it takes so little time. Otherwise I'm going to be stuck making the same things over and over. And that's not what we're about, is it? So there we go. This place is going to get water from these water pumps. I haven't connected them. I could. I just don't know why I would. Any traffic coming along here surely wouldn't be making any extra time. It would just clutter the water production. Why is the fat miner over the cat's face in the Amiyui videos, says Wellington. Well, I miss Fat Miner, so I want him to stay with me one way or another. Let's get rid of that alert there. This water is going to go into heavy pulping, and heavy pulping should hopefully make me some relatively big bucks. I'll keep an eye on the pollution. I won't build up pollution reducers until it becomes a problem, but I'm also not going to build up my pulp place until the water is ready to go. This has no destination, so that's okay. Last month I lost 4.5 million, but that's all because of terraforming. If terraforming weren't there, we would have had a surplus last time. So there we go. This has 3 bits of water. Oh, you can dump a product. That can't be good, dumping industrial amounts of water, but I don't know. Speak to Japan about that one. So, factory, paper mill. Give me the goodies. I don't want you too close to here, but... How about 1... How much water do you need, by the way? 1 every 15 days. Well, this is certainly going to make more than that. The real problem for me is that you need tons of wood. Not really sure that's a problem. But you make... what do we have? 2 pulp every 15 days. And you want 8 every 15 days. Well, that's pretty great. That tells me I can happily make 4 of these. The slight problem is you require a lot of wood, 2 every 15 days. And these make me 3 every 15 days. So this is going to chew into my wood production. But that is okay. How much do these cost to make? 500,000 or so. Why don't we just get pretty hefty with it? Let's make 3 of them. No half measures. We are saturating that market. No, I said saturating is bad. Make do with 3. 1 every 15 days. And these make 3 every 15 days. Oh, that's nice synergy straight away. So your destination is there, there, and there. Paper mill 1, 2, and 3. Make sure each of them have... I mean, I'm not going to be overproducing this stuff, surely, but just in case there's a lull in it, make sure they have up to 6 stored. And 6 is overkill. Bring it down to 3. Excellent. Now, as for that wood, that is a lot of wood to be demanding. I will probably want another lumber mill. I got no problem just lumber milling all the way down here. So... Copy and pasting also gives it the same name, so it would become Lumberyard 1, Lumberyard 2, and Lumberyard 2. So, sadly, I'm going to keep doing it manually like a chump here. Hope this road isn't going to get too choked with all my lumber yards. So now I have to start thinking about how these guys are going to be feeding into this. I suspect that each of them could be assigned to one of these paper mills and simply sell the excess to the hardware store. And we can do that. I can say, yes, send everything you can to the hardware store, except keep a buffer of 3. And then you go to paper mill 3. It's probably easier if I make it 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Go to paper mill 1 and send them up to 3 bits of it for keeping, but don't keep any. So what this is the hardware store will sell all excess above 3, and this will give as much as it can up to 3 to the paper mill, but it won't keep any excess. At least that's how I think it's going to work. Certainly how I hope it's going to work. I have confidence in myself, so I'm sure it'll work out. And then finally, do the same with number 3. 3 to 3. Oh, but also over to the hardware store. Keep 3 there. Send up to 3 there. So now, if and when these paper mills get their wood and their water, they're going to make me some very profitable paper pulp. Heavy pulp, even. Ah, man, this is just like soothing for the soul. Building up. So in comes the water. Now, water alone isn't enough to make pulp, but that's why they got their wood coming in. And the wood comes in a whole lot faster along the... My goodness. It's like a very scary roller coaster setup. There we go. Paper mill 1 has got its goods and is now making that pulp. I quite like the heavy amount of investment that you need for this game. I don't mean to play the game, I mean to get your industries up and on the go. Things are quite expensive and rather large comparatively to place on the map. And it doesn't look very large right now, but consider the scaling to something like, say, Factorio. And I do think that things you build here leave a hefty footprint. Does each facility have a limited amount of trucks? Good question. They have limited capacity, they have a limited amount of slots, but I'm not sure if they have a limited amount of trucks. For example, I can only have 3 destination places for my paper mill, so if I wanted it to put like 2 here, 3 here, 5 here, and da-da-da here, and here, and here, couldn't do that. I can only choose 3. So fortunately it only has one place it needs to go, and that's the construction goods area. So if I speed up, hold on, did I get that tech done? No, but I almost have it done. Now, okay, here we go. Pollution is spreading from these places. I suspect it's going to kill all the trees here and make me look bad, but until pollution becomes a problem, I'm not going to address it. When it does become a problem, I will set up my air purifier. But I think it only becomes a problem if it starts polluting the fields that you're growing on or the city that you're trying to sell to, because people don't like living in horrid choking environments. Got myself my apples, and we're back to the very slow process of making our furniture things. So it's time to think about the apples. How many do they want? They want 4 every 15 days. That's not very much. How much does this farm make in its orchards? Hang on, the farm shape seems to be different. No, it's the same, but... what do I make of that? I'm not sure what I make of it. Why don't I just put you here, and then I can do my orchards like 1, 2, 3, and then I can have the next ones here and here. Do a similar thing there. Yeah, that should work. I can't imagine why it wouldn't work. Wrap that around and have a similar orchard. Wait, how much do you make again? Every 30 days, you're going to make 2, so every 15 days you're going to make 3. Oh, just 1 orchard is going to be enough to satisfy this place. It's probably a bit of a waste when it comes to investment, but what you going to do? What I will do is concern myself with the fact that I don't actually produce enough water to make this orchard happy. Could I make more for you then? You have a far higher demand for grapes. I probably should have made grapes instead then. How do we even get the grapes? Is it under drinks? It is. Sorry, friendo, but I don't want all this water to go to waste. And I am about to get some more water. Could I terraform into flattening you out of here? And then gather more water. Like so. So far, so good, I think. That might get really choked up at this intersection if I do that. If I do it there, it's just going to get choked up on that intersection instead. The way the terrain bumps up there is gonna... Well, whatever. Just build that, see where we go with it. I need you to deliver to here. Make sure they have at least 6 on hand. And that's going to be too much. There's going to be a backlog of water here, but when I expand my orchard operation, there'll be more consumption of that water. And you send all your apples over to that farmer's market. Heavy investment on tech, space, building, but it should make me money forever. Slowly becoming the Nestle Corporation, a beautiful sight to behold. Really do want to fill this place up with my industry. How's my competitor doing? He's doubling up on the chocolate front. I don't know how good the AI is in this game, but you might not have to care. What you can do is buy out your competition. And this works much like it does in other games like Railway Tycoon or Railway Empire that we played recently. Buy all their stocks and you own the company, and then you can either liquidate what they have or keep it for yourself. When it comes to AI, I'd probably always want to liquidate what they have. But what you also get when you buy them out is the license to build inside their area. All I can build, let's say I wanted to sell to Aracaju, all I could build, I think, is logistics stuff. I wouldn't be able to exploit their land, I wouldn't be able to take their oil, or cut down their trees, or set up an orange juice making facility here. I'd have to do all that in my own area, and ship it over. But what I could reasonably do is set up a railway station and a warehouse here, and then let's say I wanted to sell heavy pulp over there. Heavy pulp would be delivered to my warehouse here, shoved onto a train, and then choo-chooed over here, and sold to Arcaju. But they don't want heavy pulp. In fact, they don't really want anything I produce right now. Well, they'll take my wood, but I think you can always sell wood. Speaking of, I'm not meeting their demand for wood at all, am I? Because my lumber yards are almost entirely making pulp for the paper mills. So I dare to say it is time, once again, as it often is, for more lumbering. Now, the less time they spend on dirt roads, the better. So I'm actually going to connect you up there. And hopefully, you will pop out, go over here and take this much faster path. And this one is entirely going to sell to the hardware store, because I know that I am not meeting demand. Production alert, missing input on the orchard in Salvador. I suspect that's because this water siphon hasn't got its water produced yet for you. Ah, there we go. You've got it in. Wonderful. Now the apples will start coming in. And we can see, even with so little industry, we've got a lot of trucks going around, and there's a choke point here by the water siphon, because they want to deliver to the plantation, but they have stuff incoming. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. The water siphon pops out on the left-hand side, and those that come in left-hand side will go in this way. This looks a bit grim here. Query tool, tell me about these tiles. So the ground itself has a cleaning power, and trees have a cleaning power. So eventually there'll be so much land that my pollution spills into that the ground will naturally soak it up. I don't know how far that is though, but like I said, I'm not going to tackle that problem until it becomes a problem. Why is water provided by trucks, says Antarion? Because the Brazilians resisted the pipe installation. For reasons known only to them. Okay, so whilst we spent a ton of money on everything that we've done so far, the money's starting to pour on in. We're making 200,000 excess, and I suspect that is in no small part thanks to... no one's actively going there right now, but I wanted to watch one of my pulp trucks. Come on, guys, show me the pulp. Ah, you're about to cough one out. Paper mill 3. Here we go. So the amount I'm paying is $970 on the journey to sell that pulp. Similarly, I spent 1,150 to sell my wood. Difference is that wood is selling for 2.84k, and that heavy pulp is selling for 29k. This is why I want my furniture bases going in. You want to make as much as you can on the fairly expensive costs of sending out your trucks and such. I think the money is paid at the turn of every month, but look at that. Last month we made almost $250,000. And we have ourselves some grapes, so there's more money to come in. Well, once I do the initial investment, and I will. So I suspect that is another orchard. I'm probably going to be kicking myself for the way that I've laid these out, haven't I? Yeah, because putting you on this side just elevates the amount of costs and journey time, but whatever. In you go. A 1, a 2, a 3, and this place is not backing up with water, probably because this orchard is getting more water than it needs. So, water siphon 3, your destination is orchard 2. Same rules, top them up as much as you can. But the water is right now in perfect harmony. Everything gets exactly as much water as it wants and or needs, so we're okay. Wait, why did I build an apple orchard? That was the wrong thing to do. So I'll make you do grapes instead. Whew. Just about mucked that one up. They would take another grape orchard, but I'd need to set up another water system. Let me think, you do 6, you do 3 every 15 days, and we could have a second one going. Would that be worth the money? It almost certainly would. This is actually all very healthy looking, isn't it? Apples, berries, grapes, industrially choking heavy pulp. Everything a boy needs to grow up big and strong. Tell you what, with that in mind, why don't we expand this one out a bit? How wide are these? 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, but I would want to have enough space for another one, wouldn't I? One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, in the future, I'm sure I will terraform this monstrosity away. I wonder if I could flatten it right now. I think I'm getting unhealthily addicted to terraforming. Probably not good for me. It says it has no input coming in, but the water is on its way, so I'm going to ignore that. Does the city grow? The cities do grow. Don't know if anybody remembers the initial population of Salvador, but it is prospering. You don't seem to get a lot of feedback on how the cities grow, though. I mean, I'm barely giving them anything. I'm giving them a bit of fruit, a bit of wood, and a whole bunch of heavy pulp. And that apparently is enough for the city to grow. I don't know. I think I'd like it if we had more of a patrician style. They have this percentage of fulfillment, but patrician has external factors giving cities fulfillment. Whereas here, you don't. Okay, there's a lot not to like about how I have this set up, but similarly there's enough to like. I'm going to get myself another water gatherer. This one I suspect is going to be somewhat surplus to requirements, but hopefully it's not going to represent a problem. But I don't see any reason to not produce as much as I can right now. I'm definitely costing myself extra money by making the water ship all the way over here and having these shipped all the way back, but I think future Jake will be grateful for the attempt, if nothing else. And again, your destination is heading over there. And the orchard's destination, selling to the farmer market. Did I set that up for you? Of course I did. There we go. I believe these work in the winter as well. No need to worry about the snowfall. In fact, you can turn the snowfall off, so I'm almost certain that it is insignificant. Future Jake is known to be very gratefully. As long as past Jake tried his best and it worked, then everything is okay. Speaking of which though, did I actually leave myself enough space here? 1, 2, 3, yeah I did. Terraforming is probably going to necessitate the removal of that road, but I should ease off on the terraforming because it really costs an arm and a leg. But now I suspect I can just speed up, let my research go through and let the sales pile up. I'm wondering if my investment into heavy industry is going to be particularly good for making all those furniture beams, but things are awfully spread out. There's definitely an argument to be said for I could have tightened things up to make more money. If I had migrated my lumberyard over to here to use these trees instead, it wouldn't bother the city because they don't produce pollution. These orchards could be much closer, and indeed I could even use this for my water, and I would cut out a lot of space that my trucks are moving. And every unit those trucks move, they cost extra and they eat into my returns. And honestly, that hurts a lot, especially for this lumberyard. I'm not even sure it's making me much money. Thinking about it, every month it makes every month it costs 9,000. Let's go with that. But every month it makes me 6 times... Well, let's say 6 times 3, so 18,000. So yay, every month it makes me $9,000. Except every shipment it does is costing me 1.15. So I'm spending about 7,000 of those $9,000 on shipment costs. That's pretty brutal, but it is still a profit. So I'll roll with it. It's not like Roller Coaster Tycoon where these things are going to become worse over time until you have them for 25 years and they reach vintage status, at which point they get a significant boost to their value, although still not as much as if they were new. God, I love Roller Coaster Tycoon. I was playing a lot of Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 on my off time, but sadly an update meant that I couldn't use my park anymore. And then I became quite sad because I put a lot of time and effort into that park. Jake, it's possible the cities physically grow. Maybe that would inhibit its growth. I believe they physically grow to a certain extent, but I don't think it's much more than this. I went into the editor and made like a 20 million population town. And the buildings themselves change. They become more high-rise. They look a lot more like New York than Stockholm, even. Given the colourful, tall, tight buildings, this does look kind of Stockholmish. If you set a city to be one, it's just one single bungalow next to the town centre, which is quite funny. Open Roller Coaster Tycoon does not normally have save-breaking updates, but they did a huge update which changed the save file format. And that was fine, I was on that new format anyway, but some unlucky people did not have their saves remain compatible, and I was one of those unlucky buggers. I don't begrudge it though. I will eventually just set up and make a new place. That might be a wild card later on. I really enjoy building roller coasters. I just wish I could ride them. That is why I tried to get into Parkitect. That was another thing I was doing during the Retro Marathon. I was playing Parkitect, just trying to force myself to like it, because if I liked it, it would be great. The game has more maneuverability with what you can do in building your roller coasters, and you can ride them. That is the single biggest thing that I want. I want to be able to ride roller coasters that I make. But the game itself is just not good enough for that. You don't get enough feedback economically. The most damning thing is it doesn't look very good. I think the game looks quite ugly. And who would want to play a park making game that is ugly? This is pretty inefficient, but as long as it's only these trucks, it shouldn't cause a problem. If I start making this a thoroughfare? Is that the word? Anyway, if I start making it places that other trucks have to go through, that's going to represent a problem. So, we're in the money. So in the money. Last month we made loads of dosh, and this month we continue to make dosh. It's good being us. It is damn good being us. We're still a long way away from being done with that, but if I just speed up time and enjoy what we're doing here, that should be okay. It does give my competitors time to catch up, and that is exactly what they're doing over at Aracaju. They are going for oil. He's exploiting all that oil that could be mine. Now, oil has a reasonable price. It's a whole lot more beneficial than chopping down wood. If I check out your hardware store, they'll pay, yeah, more than 3 times as much for oil than wood. So, fair play to this guy. Exploiting the earth, creating pollution away from the city, where no one's going to care about it. Old chocolate boy over there is probably going to make a whole lot of money off of that. And my competitor, Family Core, over in Contagium, he's up to his vegetables, his cotton, and sugar. Sugar money money. It's going to be demanding a lot of water from him, and he's doing it with wells instead of getting it from the ample water around here. He has a long way to go with everything he makes, so everything he makes is being chewed out by his dispatch costs. There's got to be a better word than dispatch cost, but it just sounds good. I can actually look at what he's doing here. It doesn't have full uptime, so his water's probably not ploughing on enough here. His amount produced. Ah, yeah, his costs. Painful stuff there, isn't it? Or is he only taken to the warehouse? Oh, crafty bugger. Crafty bugger. Funny, I thought warehouse trucks had a capacity of more than 1, but they all seem to be going 1, 1, 1, 1. Still, you should only look at your neighbour to make sure that his bowl has enough food in it. That's a saying that I keep close to my heart in order to suppress jealousy from successful people. Can you up the research spending to make it go faster? I don't think so. Oh. Ah, right. It seems that you can unlock text to make your unlocks go better and faster. That's alright. Once I get my furniture frames, I should be so in the money that I don't need to worry about it. How am I doing in terms of supplying you with wood? It's hard for me to get a good overview. Now this game has charts. This game has charts up the wazoo, but I'm not entirely convinced they're that useful. I mean, this stuff is hard to read. Real hard to read. It's no Factorio. So let's say... Okay, here's a basic thing. I want to know how much wood I'm supplying to the hardware store each month, because that'll tell me if there's a demand for more. I can eyeball it here, but that's... It's not cutting it for me. So where would I go? My gatherer? My lumberyard gatherer? Vehicle upkeep, expenses, efficiency. How about sales? Sales in Salvador to the hardware market for wood. Last 3 months. That actually might not be too bad. They demand this much. Actually, their demand has gone up. And if we get rid of total sales there, I can see the amount that I've supplied. Aha! So I supplied 29, they demand 55, so in short, they want more wood. Well, that can be done. You don't need to worry about employees at all, which is rather nice. It's not like patrician where, you know, do I actually have the amount of people needed to sustain this industry? Nope. Plump down industry, the people will come. I'm a job creator, you see. Might even just connect you up that way. And again, you make 6 per month, so that's probably going to push this all the way up. I like watching the trucks slow down when pulling onto the dirt road. Well, I don't, because that's eating into their efficiency. It does not affect cost. The one thing I really wanted to be sure of before I started streaming this game was, does dispatch cost matter if they're going onto dirt roads or urban roads? And the answer is it does not. It only cares how many tiles it travels, not how fast it does it. So there is no benefit to making a convoy. And I shouldn't have said that word because the urge to play Truck Simulator expands greatly when I hear or say certain, shall we say, trigger words. Now, for those of you whose favourite thing about Factorio is making your mark on the landscape, you've got that here as well. These trees are dying. If we use our tile inspector, we see that these dead trees are no longer benefiting the land in terms of absorbing pollution. There must be a certain amount that they absorb before they just die, or maybe if they just get too choked. I don't know how it works. Oddly enough, if you've played Factorio, dead trees still absorb pollution, just nowhere near as much as live trees. But all trees that absorb pollution will eventually die. I tried early on when playing Factorio to make myself ecologically friendly. It's just not that kind of game, though. Pretty happy with my decision on how I've set out my industry, though. It's quite friendly in terms of the infrastructure here. According to Petrobras, the oil and natural gas lie below approximately 2,000 meters of thick layers of salt. Are we talking about Brazil still? I think I've maxed out, or close to maxed out, all the industry I care to do. What I should consider is, what do I need to make myself these furniture bases? So, production overview. Is that what I want? Is it a tier 2 item? What am I even looking at here? This isn't showing me diddly squat. Recipe book. Tell me about furniture base S. All you need are planks. Okay, great. All planks need are wood. And all wood needs is tree. So this is quite nice. It's not going to hurt me on water or really any other intermediate. All I need to do is have my lumber mills established. Now, should I do it over here and just utterly clark this place in pollution? Or should I consider bringing it over here? It is going to construction goods, isn't it? So, as long as I have the production done in a way that comes towards here, it should be okay. I have this access to water if I need it. Will I actually, truly ever need it? Ah, you know, that seems like a pretty nice way to loop it all together. The wood can come out of here. Get made here. I'll pollute this area to my heart's content. Yeah. Yeah, the joys of industry, indeed they must spread. I already have the capacity to make myself... Where even is it? Heavy pulp, paper, roll, and books are made in the paper mill. But you do not make logs. There must be some kind of logger. Activate eyes. Carpentry center. Makes wooden planks. One thing that bothers me somewhat is the game... Wait, shift and left click? Could we not? Ah, damn. Ah, damn, I lost a bunch of money on that because I didn't have the game paused. I was wondering what shift and left click did. Yeah, I lost myself a couple 100,000 there, I think. R rotates, but shift and left click. I assume that's for placing down lots of them. Still, no need to worry about my assumptions here. Carpentry can go here, and then probably loop back into somewhere here that turns it into furniture bases, and then I sell over to the construction goods. Wonderful. Ah, but what's the scale of production that I'm going to need here? Well, I should also look at the demand for them. It's only 3 per 15 days. So I might have spent a lot of time on something I actually can't ship enough of, but that's alright, it's what we're deciding to do here. I'll check out the recipe book again. 2, huh? 2 every... Oh, 2 every 30 days. It's 1 every 15 days. So I would actually want 3 of them set up. So I suspect that two carpentry places are going to make me 4 wooden planks per month. Wait, how many do I need for this? Jings, now I need to activate my brain. You want 2 every 30 days. But you'll make 2 every 15 days. So 1 of these will supply 2 of these. So there's actually going to be an overabundance of wooden planks. So something I need to consider is, does anywhere else want wooden planks? The answer is probably no. That's worth checking. I wonder if there's an easier way to check this. Okay. Not happening. Oh well, I'll have an abundance of wooden planks. Too bad. Yeah, R to rotate. I can't believe it's not O. Getting there on it. Until then, woe is me. I have to just sit back and make money and watch this pollution cloud. God, the property value of buildings around here is going to be going way down as they watch this encroaching cloud of death gas. Fortunately, like most games I enjoy, I don't need to care about the workers' environments. What's the actual word for it? Worker... Conditions. Work conditions. Heavens knows why that was such a hard word to remember. I thought I was overproducing water, but I guess I was wrong. These upkeep costs are so high, but thank God you make plenty of money on sold. See, I'm almost selling $1 million per month. I'm going to queue up my next tech as being advanced distribution, train terminal. Hell yes. I believe that's what the game wanted me to queue up. Was it? Yes, yes it was. It also wants me to set up a warehouse, but we're not going to be doing warehouse distribution until I have saturated this with what I want and need to send my goods elsewhere. But again, there's not a lot that I have overspill on. It's probably a problem that I'm investing so much time into this furniture. It's probably not going to make me the money that I imagine it will, but I'll go for it anyway. Can't you undersupply one of the plank producers with wood to not get excess? However you look at it, I'm almost certainly going to have something that's not running at full capacity. With technology, you can actually change the percentage work being done. So if you pay double here, the upkeep goes up, but the production time goes down. Don't know if that affects pollution in a good or bad way, though. Pollution 400%, okay. This is a lot like adding those... Is it efficiency? No, it's production modules in Factorio. God, I can't wait for Factorio's expansion to come out. I just wish I knew anything about it. Probably better that I don't, actually. I would only get excited for it. You should try never to get hyped for a game. Don't get hyped and you'll be pleasantly surprised if it's good, and you'll have smug satisfaction if it's bad. And I came into this without much expectations, so I'm getting to enjoy that pleasantly surprised feeling. I like watching those trucks run around. But that was a lot of trucks coming out of the orchard. What was up with that? Maybe there just wasn't the demand at the farmer's market? Some stored. I hope I'm not oversupplying these. That's certainly not my intention. Partially supplied. Ooh, they're fully supplied on grapes. And that, I think, is making the price go down a bit. But the price is already inflated to 156%, so I won't and shouldn't be too concerned about that. Marcoda6 is saying, finally able to catch your stream. This stream's been going 24/7 for about 3 weeks. And for about 6 hours of that, it was me. Okay, I've got my furniture bases. Time to activate money. Production alert? Storage is full? How can this be? Oh. I was wondering why this water well didn't have some water kept in it. That's because I'm accidentally sending every bit I can over to Orchard 3. You should make sure Orchard 3 only has 6 water stored up there. That was my mistake. But they will drink that water, and that water will produce lots more for me, so no concern. Right, it is time to get industrious. What did we say? We need 2 of these, I think, is what we said. So the wood will be delivered... I don't want to have my pollution here because it's going to kill all these trees. I want it over here where it's not seen, heard, or cared about. So what are we thinking? 2 of these? Probably thinking 2 of these. This is probably where that shift clicking comes in, but... yeah, I'll keep that in mind. So this should make me plenty of wood for my paper mill. Was it the paper mill that makes them? Or is it... Where do I make those things I just researched? Oh, right, they're also made in carpentry centers, but of course. Ah, that's interesting. That means I could actually change what these are. But that's micro, and nobody likes micro, especially not me. If that means I could just have them go along like so. What if I do this? And... you make the sets, and you make these. You're going to oversupply them anyway, right? Every 15 days you're going to make 2 of those. Every 15 days... well, every 30 days you're going to make 2 of those. Actually, one of you could supply both of you, couldn't you? But that's only going to produce 2. That's not going to be enough. No, I demand that we make as much of these as possible. I feel like Caesar saying that. There we go. Make sure they have 6 going for them. And you are going to do exactly the same thing. A 1, oh well, a 3, a 2, and a 1. Oh, see, it knows what I want. 6, 6, and 6. Excellent. Now, the flip side here is that you need to get 3 loads of wood every 15 days. That's a dedicated lumber yard each. And one of you is going to the paper mill. Well, we can deal with that. You're no longer going to the hardware store. You're going to that carpentry center, and I am setting up another one of you. This is starting to chew out a lot of my forest. Maybe I should create a little bit that people can drive through so that if somebody needs to go from here to here, they can. I think that's exactly what I'll do. There we go. There's a little peephole. So lumberyard 6 here is going to be dedicated. And you know what? We'll also have you shoot out over here. Lumberyard 6, destination entirely over to Carpentry Center 4. And since it should be a perfect solution, there's no reason to. Well, actually, these places will eventually get choked up because I can't send more to these. So this is where I can control the overflow. I can make sure that my lumber yards that go to these carpentry centers, make sure that they only have 6? Nah, make it 12. Also, I have them both going to Carpentry Center 4, which is not intentional. Lumberyard 4 and 6? That makes very little sense to me. Oh, right, because 5 is over there. Not to worry, though. Lumberyard 6. Don't go to 4. Go to 5. And give them up to 12. And then, if either of you have excess, and you likely will, that is when you should send to the hardware store. But you should only send to the hardware store if you have already backed up a bit. So I'm going to end up with a bit of wood in the system, but there shouldn't be any case of having products just sitting around unable to be used. Excellent. Jake, max sent is deciding how many trucks get sent at a time, not how much the receiver takes. You sure about that? I'm not so sure about that. Then again, oh, that one's going to Orchard 3. Then again. No, I think it works the way I think it does, because I'm telling this water siphon 4. Let's get rid of you. Water siphon 4 will deliver to Orchard 3, which is this one, up to 6. Orchard 3 already has 37 water in it, and the water siphon does have water backed up, and yet they don't deliver the water. I think it works the way I'm telling it to work. That is what I'll choose to believe. So the production alert is telling me that these guys aren't working hard enough, but that's okay. They're just waiting on their wood to arrive. And that wood will be arriving. Better be arriving. It's on its way, but these guys need a lot of wood to activate. Look at those costs. I hope this doesn't bite me in the rear end. You really aren't getting your goods in here. Come on, wood guys. There we go, now we got it. I think the problem for me is that they process this wood at frightening pace. And then out come the parts they need. At least one of these is active now. Pollution medium. Pollution medium. I don't know how much medium is, but I'm probably not going to like it. Alright, sweet, we've got our train terminal. Now, what do I truly wish to make at this point? I spent a lot of time and effort on making this, and now I'm not so certain that it's actually going to get me the dosh that I'm after, so I need to consider where else I want to make my everything. Stuff made of wood is still good for me, because I've got plentiful access to wood. What's your problem? Why are you not? There we go. If I'm not mistaken, each building has a max storage. Yeah, 40. If you send more it consumes, it'll be sent to maximum until the storage of the building is full. Well, the orchard is still drinking its water and not getting the excess from water siphon, so I'm pretty sure it's working out fine. That's what I hope, at least. Right, I'm not researching anything, which is a shame. I need to think about what I want to do at this point. Salvador is still my town, and hey, it's still growing larger, so I should consider if there's another industry I want to go into. Preferably something that's not going to choke the earth here. Already doing heavy pulp and furniture bases, of course. I don't particularly want to get into things that require raw ingredients out of the ground. Chemicals, for example, need natural gas, because that stuff will run out and it will pollute. Mostly I'm just not experienced with it. Let's go with that one instead. Coal is needed to make really bad ink. Chemicals, so this, that, and the next. Yeah, a lot of demand for things that I need to pull out of the ground. That's why I was happy to do things that needed wood. So what else can we produce around here? For our loving populace. They would love some olives. But what I should strongly consider is what can I make big bank on and sell to other places. I'm already looking at livestock here and liking what I see, because I could set up exporting over to Porto Algeri if I set up a lot of farming around here. And Salvador would consume the leather. You would eat any excess wheat. There's a lot of things you would eat up. And it would give me an excuse to play around with trains. And for a lot of people, that's exactly what they want out of a game like this. I could go for some trains. Okay, with that in mind, I've already researched trains, lucky me. So I wish to unlock the power of cows. Now the game is smart, it knows that you cannot get cows without wheat, so it already queued up wheat for me. So I'm going to grow wheat to feed to cows, and that will give me beef, leather, and milk, all of which I can and will sell. So we'll get that one done, and then we will probably set up... I know there's all this coal here, but I'll probably set up this area. That area? It would make sense, I've got water access here. If I set up this as, say... Imagine the pollution stops here. Set this up as my farming area. Set this up for my cows. Send them over to Porto Algeri or over to Salvador. The dispatch costs are going to be a pain, but at least it's going to be through this fairly main road. It might look like I have a ton of space, but thinking how bulky things are, and thinking how you want to Factorio levels of layer them, yeah, it's not unlimited space. I'm getting really sick of these crappy roads though, so I will also queue up urban roads. But only once I've got my cows coming in. Look at all these trucks coming in rich with grapes. Unfortunately, I am saturating the... Well, they weren't grapes, they were berries, but yeah, I am saturating the berry market, which is reducing my profit. So I'm hoping that Salvador grows to the point where they start demanding more berries and not fewer berries. On every 15 days, I thought I was making 6 berries. This should make 6 every 30 days. It's 12 every 30 days, half that for 6 every... Maybe there was some fluctuation in demand, I don't know. Or maybe I'm just not counting right. Doesn't matter though, because in the end we are making the boon dollar. Although I want to make the bigger boon dollar. And we will make that simply by polluting the land around the city. Nobody should leave the city anyway, they should be making all that fat dough for me. There's no good reason not to immediately start making the wheat fields. I don't need to wait on the cow research, because my excess wheat can be sold to the farmer market here. It's going to cost me quite a lot to ship it there, but I'm sure we'll survive. Oh, there is something to be said for shipping them over by train. I think trains have large capacities. But I don't like the space concerns here. I might just do it by road anyway. Trains would probably be better for something like going from here to here. This has very little space for setting up. One, my warehouse, which is not only bulky in itself, but it has an in route and an out route, and this thing is going to receive a lot of traffic, so it's very easy to get choked. So you'd want space around it for efficient road network layouting. Fortunately, they do offer a mirrored version of the warehouse, so I could have something like that, where they come in from that side, come out that side. Where's my train station? I did research my train station, right? Train terminal. Oh, it's something that you build next to a train, a warehouse rather. Let's pause the game and play around with that, because I'm not familiar with it. If I did have a mirrored one, I don't think mirrored works very well for left-hand drive. Something about that doesn't add up. Did you set up the sale of advanced wood, Jake? Absolutely not. They're sitting on loads of them. How could I forget the most important tenet of making money? Which is to make more money. Thanks for pointing that out. I would have been backed up on this stuff. And actually I am a bit backed up on this stuff now, since I haven't been selling it for all this time. Still, there we go. They're going to send that out and make me the fat dosh. Okay. Where are the places that we sell to around here? That's where the hardware store is, and that's where the farmer's market is. Honestly, I don't think it's worth a train station down there. I'll just do it by trucks. Where would it... Well, perhaps when Aracaju grows enough to have its third shop, it's going to... Well, for all I know, it's going to have a juice market, and then I'd be able to make a lot more money turning all of these into juice and then shipping them down. Yeah, imagine that, having a juicing area here, which hopefully doesn't produce pollution, but if it does, I'll just suck it up. And then a railway station which goes choo-choo, choo-choo, and sells directly here. Well, I can taste the profits already if I do that. Out goes the convoy of furniture. All the way over to Construction Goods United. And very nice, there's no choking on the traffic because of the left-hand drive here. If there was right-hand drive, then there also wouldn't be a choking, would there? No, because I would come in this way and come out that way. Very good placement, Construction Goods Shop. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, me oversaturating them is going to mean these prices go way down. Might have kicked myself in the face there. Perhaps I should mothball these for a little bit just to bring it down. Can I even do that? Here we go, I can toggle the buildings off for a bit. What's the upkeep when they're turned off? considerably lower. Okay. Oh, and it keeps the amount that they've produced so far as well. That's quite handy. Alright, so I went too far with this. Of course, this probably means I'm going to choke the hardware store with wood, but wood's less of a concern for now. Oh, well, no, actually what I could also do is turn you off, and maybe even you off as well. There we go, just turn that down, wait for them to chew through their supplies of furniture bases, and then resupply once the going is good. Nothing said I had to be nice about how I produce these guys' goods. They're not willing to pay enough, I'm not willing to make it. That said, I made some fat, juicy profits on selling that stuff before. Rise of Industry, somehow I think that's wrong, says Athelwyn. No, I'm quite sure this game is Rise of Industry. I've been wrong about things in the past, but probably not this. So, enough messing around. It's time to get my cow empire prepped. How's this going to work? I would like a flatter surface for making all my water. Question is, which side is more viable for me to flatten? It's expensive however you cut it. How about like so? There we go. Gotta learn some lessons from the Dutch. And that way we can water siphon this water to our heart's content to fill up fields here for the cows here. Question, do cows need watering? So we go to recipe book and we go cow. And it gives me nothing. And then I go, okay, beef. Beef comes from cow. Cow need water. Wheat also need water. Lots of water needed. Gotcha. I got a lot of excess of water over here, don't I? I could tell them to shunt out some over to here for temporarily. Destination storage full, water pump, Salvador. If I turned you off, would you stop sending out your water as well? I don't know, but I'd like to find out. The thing is, this orchard here has enough water to last a very long time. I'll keep it off for the time being, and I'm sure I'll forget to start it up at some point later on too. Right, what's our best way of doing this? Well, I know it's not that. So it needs 2 bits out there, so maybe that's actually the best way. No, it would need 3, wouldn't it? Thank goodness for the undo button. I don't like games that just punish you for experimenting. Well, that's unfair. There are plenty of games I like, and I'm sure some of them do that, but it just feels like this. I don't know what the best place to put it down is, but if it didn't allow me to just undo that without getting my money back, it would feel rather unfair. That is indeed what I am looking for. And there we go, and that allows us to bring the water out here, and I can do similar things coming along. And then I'm sure I can upgrade this road down the line. I'm going to want crop farms aplenty here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this what I'm looking for? I rather think it is. And I'm going to want another one, probably facing the opposite way. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is going to look quite nice when it's all fully operational. Kind of like how Well, I think this does look good. I don't think this is an ugly game. They've certainly gone for a style. Not a style I've got a problem with. I'm going to leave space for another set of farms along here. I imagine I'm going to want to ship out a ton of crops. So, well, no second guessing ourselves. Let's just make as much of this as I think we need, which is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As I understand it, one of the most popular mods for this game was a building that would disperse water to your fields so that you don't need trucks for it. And that mod was folded into the base game, it was that popular. But I don't know how to use it. And I could probably spend minutes figuring that out. But I'll do that down the line. For now, this is a ton of crops, or a ton of crop farms, and every 15 days they're going to need 3 water. 1 per field? No. 3 every 30 days. So 1 water siphon will supply 2 of these. So I already need 2 water siphons, and that's not counting what I need for the cows. So basically, we need a lot of water. I do that there. 1, 2, 3. How's that? Looks kind of weird. You might think, why not just do a straight line up here? When intersections join, they count as one intersection for the purpose of the fact that only one vehicle can be in an intersection at one time. Do I have a hideous example of that somewhere? I think I do around here. Well, I thought I did out here, and now I can't see it if I did. Bah humbug. Okay, let's make an example. Here we go. This is an intersection, because it can go here, 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 or here. Here's another intersection, and here's another intersection. And I think only one vehicle can enter this at any one time. But I'm not entirely sure. Seems to go with what I've seen in the game so far. If it needs reiterated, I'm not overly familiar with this game. But I want to get familiar with this game. I think it's a lot of fun. Right, destination, you do crop farm 1 and 2. Supply them up to 6. Although since you're in perfect harmony, they should never reach that. But heavens knows what's going to happen. Same story here. Up to 6. And you know what? I think I could just type this in here. 6. Is that better or worse? I don't know. So that'll have the wheat farms going, but who eats the wheat? Well, these guys sure don't. They'll eat it over here. Perhaps I should let it fill up a bit so that the... oh, well, no, that's something I should consider for getting my water for the cows, shouldn't I? How much water will those cows need? Maybe another way to look at it is from the production standpoint. 6 milk, 6 meat, and 8 leather. Well, let's go for the 6s since I don't want to oversaturate these things. And how much do I get out of the coos? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Is that per field? Can I make 2 things of 3 fields? I think that's what I'll do. When was the last time we saved? The game has a generous autosave function. Looks like it saves every, in real life, half hour. Ooh, not sure I like that. Can we save a bit more often? Gameplay? Yeah, let's save every 10 minutes, please. Yeah, nice of the cows to shed leather periodically and shed their meat while they're at it. Okay, how are we looking on the construction goods? You still have a lot of those stored and it's crushing the... Oh, actually, price seems to be going up, despite being fully supplied. Doesn't concern me too much, despite my huge amounts of money I just spent on this. We are making dosh. We are making dosh. Monthly loans and fines. I have loans? I have fines? Explain further, game. Budget overview? Total budget? Loans taken? None? Oh, that's income. Expenses. Building vehicle. Loan payments? Where's my loan? All these crop farms are complaining they don't have water, but the water's on its way. Don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe inside here. Yeah, the starting funds were a loan, but I don't know where I see such a thing. Global market? No. State? No. How do I pay off my loan? How do I see information about my loan? Don't know. You can click on the bottoms at the bottom. No, that just brings up the mini budget thing here. None of this I can click on. Headquarters, Jake? Ah, spiffing idea. Headquarters. Ah, oh, I'm unfamiliar with this. Choose a headquarter model. You need 14 unlocks. Unlocks? Oh, maybe that's tech. Rural prices, industry prices. This is paradox levels of tiny modifiers. Tells me about my research, which I can put down to no invest. Here we go. Okay, it's a 0% interest starting loan. I could take out another loan? 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. Oh, I don't like the sound of these. Contracts, none. Advancement, none. Fascinating. I had no idea about that. Great thinking. Username is Arson. Never would have believed. Oh, not going to be overproducing crops here. Does anybody else eat grain if I overproduced it? Oh, they would like it down in the Aracaju hamlet, the heavy industrial hamlet, but I'm not sure I want to set up logistical infrastructure for sending it all the way down there when it's just grain. It's the trouble of overproducing goods that are low value. Oh, map name goes here. Discount Brazil. Not sure how heavily discounted Brazil is here. There we go. This one at least can send its stuff over here. And you know what? So can you. The cost of sending it there is 1.75 thousand per shot, but there's good returns on grain, which is suspicious, isn't it? For some reason, grain is worth so much more than wood. Prepared wood. But people love it when I mulch wood down with water, then they start paying me the big bucks for it. I hope they are continuing to pay me the big bucks for it. 153% is good return on that. 143% is pretty great on the furniture bases. And they have none stored, so it is time to restart my heavy industries. I wonder if there's a quick way to just turn these on. I'm not seeing a hotkey for it, but... Hang on, I see this little... Oh, that's just efficiency. Probably this? Maybe this? Maybe it's determined by how often they get the goods that they need to produce. They've been starving for weeks now. That's right, starve people until they're willing to pay just about anything to get all these crops. Delicious Brazilian wheat. Look, this guy's not even bringing wheat. He's bringing the promise of wheat to the people of Porto Alegre. Surely there are some Brazilians in chat that can tell us something about Porto Alegre. I keep seeing it thinking algae. I have a funny feeling this coal is going to get in my way because I can't build on it, can I? I can? What if I undo that? Did I just delete the coal? Let's double check. Oh, no, I wasn't building on coal. Must have just been some rock. Yeah, because rocks I can build on. Okay, well, I'm sure this will get in my way, but too bad. I'm not too interested in exploiting coal for now, especially since it's next to all my farms, and pollution will kill farms. There we go. Cows are us. So let's... Oh, right. I need more water already, don't I? I'm going to build the farms first so I can get an idea of how much water one man truly needs. Oh, these are wider than I thought. Oh, they're larger. They're larger than crop farms. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 then? Ooh, I don't like the way that creates an extra layer of road. What if I do it like so instead? There we go, then these are separate roads. There's really no reason for them to share the road, it's just a little bit of extra space and cost. But then, let's see, oh, it is per field, very good. Now how many fields can we get here? 1, 2, and 3. So every 30 days, I'm gonna get 3, 3, and 3. So actually, I think I want 4 farms then. Because every 15 days you want 6 of these. So yeah, four of these farms. That's hefty going. And you are production 30 days as well. Ah, but you make 2 and they only need 1. So 2 crop farms is going to supply all 4 of my livestock farms. That single piece of coal, I think, is about to give me something of a headache. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yep. Well, that is a pain. I'll do my farm like so instead, then. God, these guys are going to drink a ton of water as well, aren't they? Well, that's okay. Those are 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1 more. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. I'm sure this is all sorts of messed up if you're trying to think about late game. Too bad. Should probably have a connect. I probably want to keep these guys separate. So let's do something like that for linking them up, if for some reason I ever do want to link them up. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like watching a Jake stream at some point, says Ninjin. Well, you got to experience it firsthand yourself, Lil Ninjin. Ah, one problem is if I want to supply these guys pretty swiftly. Tell you what, let's have a little connection here. That may or may not help them out. I feel like I'm making traffic problems for myself down the line. But if I connect them up like so, it's going to create too much of a joke point, I think. Well, we'll see how that does. Right. What's my water consumption going to be here? Every 15 days it's going to be 3 and 3, so I need 2 more water siphons just to supply all of these places, I think. Yeah, they have exactly the same water requirements as these, so I need to do this again. I feel like things grow at a slightly more casual Factorio sort of pace. But maybe you have slightly fewer tools than you get in Factorio for that sort of thing here. Ooh, man, that is hideous. It's okay though. we can do, Hideous. I'm already thinking just what would a more efficient layout for this be? There must be some kind of way to make like a square bank of water siphons surrounded by water pumps, like you would do in Factorio. Wonder what the end game of this is. Maybe if I followed the assistant's demands I would find out more, but I'm not making warehouses right now. I don't think there's a good reason to. There might be, but I don't think there is. Okay, I've done that problem here. I've made 2 intersections next to each other, but I don't think that's a big problem. Destination here, and make sure they have up to 6. And I really wonder if it's just faster for me to click here. Oh, I can't click on that unless it's already a number. Interesting. And water siphon 8, similar situation. Go there, go there. Probably save myself fewer clicks down the line and just make it 3 rather than 6. Jakey researching. Well, we finished off cows, which means we went into the next one. You can make a queue. Make a queue as long as you want, but I only want the roads right now. Once we get the roads, then we'll see. So the cows are getting their water. Now the cows need their food. Crop farm. Your destination has become here and here. And your destination, you've already been on the way to the farmer's market, haven't you? Well, end of that. It's here and it's here. And it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Which means I have a whole lot of excessive wheat right here. So enjoy your new destination. It's farmer market. I actually want you to keep a little bit. Do I? No, I don't. Why? I normally love creating... You're already going to the farmer's market, great. I love creating... What would you call it? Comfy zones? No, not at all calling it that. Buffers, that's the word. I love creating little buffers. I do it loads in Factorio, but I don't see any reason in doing it here. There's no sudden reaction you need. You don't jump down into the game to grab 5 bits of crops here to manually insert into the livestock farm. Whereas in Factorio, I love having it for exactly that purpose. I should have even known it's called the buffer chest in Factorio too. These livestock farms aren't doing diddly squat because they have not got probably water, because I only just established the water siphons. That's probably why you shouldn't make the fields until you have the water saved up or produced at all. Because I've just wasted dozens, maybe even $100,000 or so on upkeep for things that weren't functional at all. But too bad. We'll all live with it. There we go. It's even complaining at me that livestock farms don't have what they need. But they will periodically. Eventually. Surely. All those costs plinging up telling me why. Why? Why didn't you have the goods ready for them? But once these red things turn green, then they'll start getting to work. And there we go. Livestock farm 1 is the first one at it. Leather, milk, and beef. Leather, milk, and beef. So, you want the milk and the beef. The prices aren't that great for them. Cow products aren't worth all that much. The price of sending it over there is going to be like $2,000 a pot. But I'm still going to do it. They're probably all going to have 3 destinations then. The farmer's market takes... Does this take milk as well? Yeah, the milk and the beef is there. But for the leathers, I want them to send them to my own hardware store. And there's a good price on that. That is nice. Excellent. So everywhere is going to have this. Farmer market, and my own hardware store. There's no point keeping any back. Sell everything we can. And this is not going to saturate the market. In fact, it's not going to be enough at all, is it? Oh, right, no, I forgot it's 3 fields each, didn't I? Then this should exactly fulfill the market requirements. Very good. Wish I could copy-paste this screen. Maybe I can. Livestock farm, destination. A potential bonus to this is that maybe I'm going to kickstart Porto Algeri into growing by giving them actual food. I'm giving them wheat, I'm giving them meat and milk, and really if that was Stronghold I'd be getting a +1 or 2 bonus to my popularity for actually giving these people food. Diversity of food no less, although if I was, God forbid, playing Stronghold 2, I would get prestige for it instead, because Stronghold 2 is not a very good game. I'm sure Brazil gets snow every now and then. I feel for these people that have never seen snow in their life. What kind of existence is that? Wonder if I can catch 2 trucks entering this at the same time. The fact that they move into those slow dirt roads can't be good for them. But I wonder why sometimes the goods on the back are see-through and sometimes they are not. It's hilarious how much they speed up on proper roads, though. Ah, here we go. And they can go back and forth through that, but there was somebody stopping here for someone making a turn there, because it counts as one intersection. That is bad, but what you gonna do? Well, what I am going to do is make sweet money off of Porto Algeri, which is now growing. Who would have known that when the Brazilians' only option is to eat each other, the population doesn't grow much, but give them alternatives. Give them named meat and not human milk. And hey, even wheat. I think I should still have some wheat flowing over there. Yeah, hell, I got a whole bunch of them heading over to the farmer's market as we speak. Where are they at? There we go. I wonder what delightful meal a Brazilian would make out of beef, milk, and grain. Speaking of snow, enjoying how much we've had? There's not been a whole lot in Stockholm right now. I doubt there's even an inch, maybe a little bit more than an inch out there. I'm waiting for a real downpour, and then I'm going to go out and make snow angels. Achievement unlocked. Massive gains. Make $1 million of net income in a month. 25% of players have this achievement. We're working our way up in the world here. Speaking of massive gains, yesterday, for the first time, I was finally able to bench press 100 kilos. That felt like massive gains. It felt good. %25 isn't very high. Well, I imagine achievement numbers are always kind of gimped by people who fire up a game, go, this doesn't look very good, and then never play it again. I could see this game not having a lot of instant appeal. If I didn't have the burning desire within me to build, I would have looked at this and went, nah, and then probably just shut it down. But I knew what I wanted, and I wanted this. Speaking of which, this orchard no longer has its tons of water, but you're still backed up, aren't you? Yeah, there's not much point having you operational. When this stops being able to produce goods for me, though, it's going to be better to turn you back on. How many maxes is that? Probably 2.5 maxes. Fun fact about Brazil, only about 0.001% of the population are cannibals due to the indigenous... Oh, it's not only, it is about the indigenous tribes who practice cannibalism. Nothing wrong with cannibalism. I wouldn't be caught dead eating the brains, though. Once you read about prions, you never want to eat brains again. Well, I'm pretty happy with this, but I want to expand and make more. I don't have a lot of liquid assets to expand with anymore. But how am I doing compared to my competition? Let's have a look at Nestle down here. Still got his chocolate fields. I think he's pulled back on... No, he isn't. Oh, you bugger. He's making all this pollution on the border so it seeps into my lands. Yeah, kill my trees, son of a gun. In any case, you've also got lumber yards and sand collection. Why would you be making sand? Probably because your hardware store demands sand, but you are saturating the market and bringing it down. But okay, I can see why. The price of sand is under 64%. So Nestle's getting into the gravel business. How about you here? Holy moly. Cows, apples, wheat, hops. Hops? This is more stronghold-like than I thought. Why would you make hops? Does Contagem want beer or something? Well, they want straight-up hops, but they might want something beyond that in due time. Doing a good job on growing San Salvador, though. I don't know when it gets a new type of building, though. Yeah, classic multiplayer strats. I was thinking that when I was musing about some online game with building. I was like, couldn't you just shove all your sewage and junk into the other city? I think this is what people said about playing multiplayer SimCity something thousand. Good, good. Porto, continue to grow. I don't want to grow my competitors' towns, though. But I do want to make more money. What could I do? Could I do something nice with Canoas? It's far away from my competitors. And I could... Ooh, Olinda! Right, this is a lot of land that I'd love to have to build on, because it just seems like a natural extension of Salvador. Olinda, what do you demand? Rural hamlet. They demand mutton, which might go well with Salvador's demand for wool. If I were to also grow sheep. And I have this lovely flat land that's just begging for lots more animals here. Still good access to water. In fact, I could just terraform access to water like I kind of did here. I'm wondering about that, though. Cows produce 3 goods. Sheep only produce 2. Could be a valid tactic to just flood the towns of your competitors with their main good. I tried that in Patrician, that's the word. I tried that in Patrician, but the problem was it was better just to make tons of money and buy out everything from beneath them, rather than eat a loss for a while to eventually maybe crush them. Just make the money, buy them out, and go with what you've gotten there, rather than a slow, insidious thing that might not work, and in the end only reduces the amount that you buy them out for. If I wanted to buy out... Oh, nice, we've got our urban roads. If I wanted to buy out either of these guys, it would cost 10 times 1.35 million to buy out the stocks of part LLP, and Family Core is about 50% more expensive there, but I think the stocks get more expensive the more you buy. I'm worth more than them, but not a ton more, especially not Family Core, so I really need to grow more. I think my big benefit is I'm in the factories business and they are not. Hard to tell though. Again, I'm not familiar with this game. I picked it up during the marathon and I've played it only for a couple of hours. Most of my time, indeed, was spent trying to figure out how to play the game on the real world, and I still hope I can figure that out sometime. Still, I'm getting sidetracked, as I often do. Let's work on Olinda. Let's actually do a train system to Olinda. It's not a long way to go. Probably be better just to do it with trucks, but I want to build up some trains, and the assistant is never going to stop yelling at me if I don't do some of this warehousing and stuff. I worry that the warehousing is going to completely screw up my manual orders. Let me test that, actually. Let me make a save. Discount Brazil. I want to see if this screws everything up. If I built a warehouse here, does it screw up my destinations? It doesn't. Good, good. I think I had to get a setting to change that. There was this... Here we go. Automatic warehouses. Allows the usage of auto warehouses by default. When I didn't have that off, I would plonk down a warehouse and it would overwrite all my manual settings to just throw everything into the warehouse, which means the warehouse queue gets clogged and it isn't already set up for destination slots, which you can have unlimited of. So, glad I didn't do that. The state is in desperate need of raw resources for future products. Sell while you can. Well then, you are operational now, and you are going to send to the state, destination, state. That's a lot of tiles, but that's okay. I wonder if I'm actually going to make any money off of that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Keep yourself like 5 of them. The state is in desperate need of a raw resource or feature product. Sell while you can. So this is kind of like Catan, where you can actually just sell things directly to the edge of the map. However, they don't pay very good money for it and they only buy raw resources. Well, I think they only buy... No, I think they buy anything. They only sell raw resources. Let's show state, shall we? Here we go, state. I can buy raw resources from the state, so if I didn't want to clog up my land with pollution by digging out coal, I could just buy it in. Same with water for some reason. Why would you ever buy water? But I suspect you don't generally want to pay for that, so I'll pass. But we will sell to them. Can you get land rights in Olinda, Jake, and sell the coal? Or export coal? I wouldn't like to export coal as a raw resource. I'd like to make it into something better. But I'm already chucking out pollution here and here. I don't want to make another pollution cloud next to all my farms. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise sheep for Olinda. So, let's research exactly that. I'm still not sure that's particularly worth it. I mean, look at that. They produce mutton and wool. So that's less than you get out of cows. Who knows, maybe they're cheaper to maintain, or maybe the prices just work out better that way. Thinking about it, logically as you do, 8.5 and 9.8 and 10, whereas wool... Wait, wool is pathetically low. There must be something to this. Maybe sheep produce loads of them. Recipe book, talk to me. Tell me about wool. There we go, they plunk out double the wool. But that's going to eat into our our costs because we have to ship out more of it. I'm starting to have second thoughts about this whole sheep lark. Olinda, what else do you do? What else do you demand? I can make raw rubber out of water? Sheep are fluffier than cows and therefore superior. Not sure that's how it goes, but I'm open to being wrong. Interestingly enough, Olinda also take in beef and milk. In fact, they take in everything. They take in the leather as well. What I could do is simply expand my cow business. Oh, Mordcow is going to be happy with me here. Lots more cows, and then feed Olinda as well as Salvador. That's good, because that means I don't have to waste all this time looking into sheep, and can instead find myself something else to do. Now, when it comes to really expensive goods, I'm already on the pulp and the furniture bases, and I don't want to get into these other things, because they require resources that I don't particularly want to delve into. No, certainly not. So I could look into something else. The setup looks right for trains. Yeah, I'm going to use trains to get my goods over to Olinda. Probably set up a good network here. Choo-choo, and then dump them off there. And that means the choo-choo could also split off here and make its way over to Canoas when they want my, I don't know, excessive berries, what have you. Good, good, good. That's exactly what's happening here. So we won't need new things to get. So I could probably spend some time looking into other enrichment. I don't need storage. I don't need gatherer storage. Ah, but that allows me to get more crop fields. That is tempting. And you can get more livestock fields as time goes on. But these are expensive techs. What else do we have? Hey, I've played this game. I got bored pretty fast, says War PHX. I could see it being a game that you just learn and then go, well, there's no point in just going through the same motions again and again. But I'm not looking to play this game forever. I'm looking to... well, actually, I need fewer play forever games in my life, not more. But I do still want to squeeze it for what it's worth. Warehouse storage... Collection radius on a warehouse. I don't know how much I'm going to need that. God, there's more techs here than I thought. You can build zeppelins. You can have bigger train capacity. I like that. Let's prepare for the age of train. This water pump says it doesn't want to work, but I'm telling you to go to the States, so what's your problem? Sure, it's fine. Yeah, we're plugging away at the storage there. It'll be fine. Increase your R&D, Jake. I believe I need the tech for that. Yeah, unlock the ability in the efficiency tree. So, R&D monthly investment to 250,000. We'll do that afterwards. Up to 1 million. I don't think I have the kind of money to be splurging 1 million per month on R&D. Okay, so more cows. Salvador should be pretty happy with the amount of leather I'm giving them right now. No reason why they wouldn't. But I want to make Olinda happy. Olinda wants 6, 6, and 6. So I essentially need the same 2 wheat fields, 4 cow fields? Yeah, 4 cow fields to make Olinda happy. And that will make Olinda very happy. I think getting 3 goods fully saturated like that is enough for growing. I mean, Porto's happy enough with... What are they getting? Milk. I don't know what the bars underneath are. Demand, stored, available capacity. Yeah, search me how that works. It's also worth noting that I can also ship to these places things like wood. And sadly, they don't want the pulp and that, but I'm actually in a good position to pump Olinda and indeed Canoa, so I should stop talking about it and start doing it. Heaven help me. Kind of regretting my placement of the paper mills right now. I could have put them over here in pollution zone. That means the water is a bit further to go, but it also doesn't limit me quite so much on how I can place down my farm, my farms. I wonder if that's for the better. I also wonder if they'll take in polluted water or if that's a problem. Don't know. I don't want to know. The setup is pretty good. So what I will instead do is set up a road here and say that this is going to be the new place for making cows and stuff. Just query the tool to make sure that the pollution is not there. No, the pollution seems to be stopped dead here. The ground tiles absorb enough of it, which is good. Yoshiba-san saying finally for making it 3 years. Kind of terrifying, the idea that years are passing doing all this streaming lark. You ever work a job and you think, man, I've been here for years, where did the time go? It's similar like that, but with streaming I can look back at all the stuff that I've done and feel good about it. I feel even better about that than any other job I've done where there's been an end result. Okay, all this talking is not time spent thinking. What do I need? A lot of water. Another 4 batches of water pumping, and I don't particularly want to terraform for it, because that gets terribly expensive. However, if I just pause and put down the farms first, then I can consider where the water is going to come from. 3, 4, 5. Was that it? That was it. Just 2 of them are needed, so that's no big deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I get strangely reminded of Off-World Trading Company when I play this game, and that's probably not the game that I'm thinking of. Off-World Trade? Yeah, no, that is the one I'm thinking of, I think. Just the scale of things just puts me in mind of it. Very different game, but I can't change my thoughts. You have Mario 64 again on the horizon. Why would you ask that, Yoshiba-san? I have an answer to that, but I must know why you would ask that first. It seems like such a strange question. I don't like this. I want to have space for more of these, not fewer. Because there will likely be a lot more cows that I want to have around here. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4... There we go. And get the water here and the cows here. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Question is, how is the water going to work out? I've tapped this for much of the water that I can. I could abscond on the terraforming and use the water here, but this just seems like such an efficient setup. Which could doubtlessly be more efficient if I put any level of thought into it. For example, this is on the wrong side, but what you gonna do? Because last time I suggested it, you seemed receptive to the idea. Okay, so there's a Mario 64 multiplayer mod, and I would quite like to play around with that. And Baron said that in celebrating getting his mod ship, he would play Mario 64. So I want to see if he's got any time for engaging in that with me. Terraforming is so expensive, it's a big mistake to do that. But I just like it so much. Gathering water. There's got to be some kind of setup that looks like this, where the water guys are there, there, and there. So if I were to terraform with lowering, say here, down by 1, would that be enough? Don't know, but let's see. Yeah, because I can harvest to my heart's content, like so. And that wasn't very expensive, was it? Hell, it was quite inexpensive. And I need 4 of those, so let's not skimp. Gather, more water siphoning. One, 2, 3. I wonder if with technology you do more of this stuff. There we go, that's probably going to get quite busy for shoving water in and out, but for now it's probably okay. Yeah. Although just one of these will handle 2 of these. One of these would handle 2 of the other guys. Probably need more along here regardless, though. Is there a limit of trucks sent for each building? I'm not entirely sure on that one, but I don't think there particularly is. It's not going to take that. How about we lower here then, just a bit more. And we gather yet more water. Getting tons of water seems very important in this game. It's probably a big part of why people loved the mod that allowed you to distribute water easier. 3 should do for now. Should do. Heavens knows if it will. 2 can be done for the water he needs up here. Now, other question. If I wanted to siphon on the other end... Oh, they can share like that. It doesn't need to be any wider. Wonderful. Very wonderful. Groovy. This is a bit of a mess, but only a bit. More than a bit. Water coming out here and up here. Everything moving around here is actually going to get a bit ugly. So perhaps there should be a different dedicated line like this one going up through. That's going to make this one a hell of a choke point, but what you going to do? I want 4 of my cow fields up here, fed by this, watered by that. Oh, ribbons, no. I want to grab the water on the other side. What am I doing here? Let's try that again, shall we? We'll give ourselves a bit of extra space, just in case. And it's going to need 1, 2 space for the water grabbery thing, so I'll just have some road made here, knowing that I'll need that. And then this other guy is going to be 1, 2, 3 deep in it. And then this will be the road, which is going to have all my cows in it. And I'm going to have a warehouse and train set up here. And it's going to bring it over to Olinda. That starts to make a bit more sense. Livestock farm, let's go. And yes, I'm well aware that I'm chewing through my dosh here. Road 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Very good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. You. Oh, that blows. You are right in my way there. Could I do it there instead? Could, but I really don't like that. Oh well, there you go. An unorthodox approach with the road coming through here. And I want to have space to do a similar thing, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And that should be space for all the cow farms coming in. And I think I want 4 straight away. So, have yet more. It also tells me that my shape is going to work. Or rather, if it's going to work. James, you need a lot of livestock farms to fulfill demand just for one town, don't you? And I can change what type they are, so if I do end up with way too much, at least there's that. Okay, so now for once I can set up my warehouse. So the cows should probably come in this way. I'm going to give this thing a lot of space. Heavens knows how much of it it's going to need. But for now, it's going to get this. And you know what? They're going to zoom right in on urban roads. Because we're worth it. And they're going to zoom right out on urban roads as well. And this warehouse needs a train terminal. Now, there are things that I don't know about train terminals. Does the train terminal immediately get access to this warehouse's goods, or do they need to be shipped from the warehouse to the terminal? I don't know. I hope not, because I think that would be really daft. I hope it just gets to use it. But then why would there be a road? Maybe sometimes you would use a terminal without a warehouse? No, that's impossible. The terminal is the terminal is an add-on for the warehouse. So the answer is I don't know. Oh, but I do see that there's... Wait, can it go out both ends? I don't know. I haven't used a train station before in this game, so I'm not entirely familiar with how this is going to work. So let's just put you down here and see what happens. And I'm gonna connect you up. Gee, I have no idea where I want to connect you up. There, maybe? That way, anything coming out of the warehouse into the train station can just go in here and come back out here without any interruption. I hope. Checking some pictures, they all have a road connection with the train station, and especially close to the way. Well, that's something, isn't it? I wonder if then I can get rid of you. I wonder if I'm getting all my money back from destroying roads. If I put you... there... how do you like that? I don't know, but I'm guessing we'll find out soon enough. Of course, I'm going to need the same thing here, haven't I? I hope these aren't too expensive. You know, just have it like this so it just rams straight into the city. I don't know, these things probably need a bit of space, don't they? So if I put you here, and oh my god, these terminals cost a bit, don't they? Stuff coming out of the warehouse. No, stuff comes out of here and into the warehouse, don't they? So it would probably go in like so. Heaven help me if this is wrong. It's alright though, we're learning. And now I need to spend what little money I have left on train tracks, which is for some reason more expensive than road. Don't see any reason not to just have these guys coming in as two parallel tracks like so. Just do it like we do in Railway Empire. Okay, now to actually set up how this is going to go. Since I don't have this on, it's not automatically drinking from anything, but I want my livestock farm. Now everything is going to Olinda, right? They want the beef, the milk, and the leather. If you set up in Olinda, you would want to go straight for cattle farming, given how that works. Let's take it from the start, shall we? This water siphon needs to water you and you, and it should be enough to water both, because this thing makes 3 per... it makes 6 per month, and these things drink 3 per month, so... very good. Now these two water farms waters you and you to 3 and to 3. This game's music is pretty bad, isn't it? I mean, I don't like just saying such stuff outright, but it just doesn't feel fitting. This is not music that makes me want to feel like I'm building up my glorious industrial revolution. Okay, these places are getting watered, these places are getting watered, and now my crop farms are going to feed the livestock farm. Now all of these ratios get thrown out of the window later on when we have access to what exactly? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. When we can add more fields here. When these are doing 5 instead of 3. But I guess the ratio remains the same if you do the same for the livestock farming. Well, what about supplying the towns? I definitely think it's not fitting. I don't think it's bad. I think those are one and the same when it comes to a game. Take Mr. Maze. It actually had some surprisingly good music in it, but it was bad because it was so ill-fitting. Remember that dramatic music when we were going around the castle with Bobbit? No, of course you don't, because you wisely scrubbed your mind of any memory of that game. But I digress. We are moving all of these over to this warehouse. It cannot go directly into the train station, so all of that over to warehouse. I really wish I could copy-paste this. Is there really no way to do that? Could I not say duplicate your settings to... no, okay. I guess this is why you want to use the auto stuff, but I'm not a big fan of it. I would like to just copy and paste this screen altogether. Oops. Bring that back, please. I do like the satisfaction of having manual setups that work fine, though. I think one of the things that really pays off in the sense of fulfillment in this game is that things are worth so much money. If you were actually getting pennies on these, it would be a bit blah. But proportionally, you're making tons of money on the things you make, which is good because it costs a ton of money to set things up. It's not like Roller Coaster Tycoon where you can somehow have a functioning roller coaster that costs you $1,000. Okay, warehouse, tell me how this works then. I want to send my... oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't know my beef. Destination? To warehouse 2. And I want you to use the train terminal. And I want you to only send it when it's full. That will save me a lot on dispatch cost. Oh my god, can I do that for other things and I haven't noticed? No, you don't seem to have that option. But you do. And if it's capacity 8, then that means that's cutting out a lot of costs on dispatch. Excellent. Okay, we're going to do the same thing with the milk then. Destination warehouse 2. Once you're full, use the train terminal. And I'm actually getting a bit excited about seeing this fully operational. But I'm getting everything set up first. When you're full, use that. Send over everything you've got. There's no reason not to. And that means this warehouse will take the remaining goods and forward them on to, say, that farmer market. Wait until you're full. Meet the demand. Oh, wow, I can do that from a warehouse. Leather to the hardware store. Meet demand when you're full. Again, I think the trucks from a warehouse can carry 2, so that's actually going to slice in half your dispatch costs. And mjölk. Sell to the market. Meet demand. Wait until you're full. We are getting rich off that milk, but we can discover exactly how rich soon enough. There we go. Let's have a more direct route for getting over to the farmer's market rather than going back and forth. Right, I hope this works, because I spent almost every penny I had on it. Working on my train capacity, so it doesn't need to make quite as many shipments there. Does that mean I can work on truck capacity? What would this be under? Distribution? There's your train capacity, zeppelins, boats, basic. Radius, storage. Ah, here we go. Increase capacity of warehouse trucks by 1, but what does it start as? I don't know. Oh well, this warehouse will tell us because it's going to send out its trucks when they are full. Right. Save and save often. Discount Brazil. 2. Ah, return does work there, just doesn't give feedback. Research and development. We've got urban roads, great, and we are working on train capacity followed by efficiency. So, although I spent an outrageous amount of money, we should be able to get it all back fairly quickly. I didn't play Workers and Resources LM Erador because I do not touch early access games. If a game is good in early access, then I wait for it to be great on release. I have a lot of problems with early access games. Even after release, you can usually smell early access development from a mile away. There's a lot of presumed knowledge that comes out of the final product that I find to be very frustrating. What I mean by that is the game spent so long in early access that developers are under this assumption that everyone who plays their games understands certain concepts to it, so don't feel the need to put it in the game in any easy-to-digest way. State's still doing its buy-in. That's okay, though. Factorio, the exception that proves the rule. Factorio is shined to a mirror sheen. Oh, you might get a bit naffed off by this forced camera angle, and to be honest, I wish I had a bit more control over it. You can do this, and you can do this, and that's your lot. But if you press F8, you'll get a top-down view of it, which could be good. I mean, now it starts to feel a bit more Factorio, but it's not the same. I suppose this would be a pretty intimidating view of your everything once it's all set up, but given the choice between this and that, I'll take this. Isn't there a way to copy settings at the top of the panel? There are all sorts of buttons in the top right when you open a production building. Toggle lines, target, minimize, close, but nothing as far as I can tell for just copying these settings over. These guys are going to complain for a bit because the fields don't have their water. That means that the farms won't have their... Well, do they have their water yet? They do not, but it's not a problem. In fact, if we just speed up, all my problems will go away, as they usually do. We're back to being a millionaire. Oh, bad PR. Due to bad advertising, sales are going down. You're forced to lower the prices of your product. Engine block prices down. I don't sell engine blocks. Can I get rid of you? Seems like these things stay on the screen. I don't care. Go away. Salvador continues to grow. Olinda stagnates because they're busy eating each other. Look, even the forest is coming to reclaim its own, but don't you worry. As soon as my cows are able to also eat and not have to eat each other, we'll be able to breed the Brazilians. There we go, I'm getting those crops made. Be happier when that red turns green. Something I quite like is that generally if you set something up and just leave it, it'll just keep working. Also means it keeps pumping out that pollution, but that's okay. These carpentry centres continue to send their delicious goods to the construction good place, and the prices are looking okay. Still 140%, and they chew their way through it. Still a little overproduced there, I think, which is strange. This stuff should have it exactly produced. Maybe they just got a big shipment and it's stored up there. But whatever the case, the price still seems alright on it. Hardware store still making me... not a lot on wood. Probably because the wood is being eaten up here. That does tell me I could make more wood. But woods are making me pennies, really. What I could be convinced to do is make wood and sell it to Olinda just to make Olinda grow more. Because if these places get more shops to sell to, it's more dosh for me. There we go, our trains have mighty capacity of 8. So it's actually going to take a few months for this warehouse to have the goods that it needs to ship off. It's alright though, I can watch that happen. Oh, that's a problem. Is it though? Is it actually a problem? Tell you what though, let's just speed up the whole road. that won't deal with the root cause whatsoever, but at least it'll look faster. Okay, we got it. We have got our first train, and look at that bugger go. And it's being followed up by the milk, and followed up by the leather. Now the dispatch costs on these bad boys, almost 5 grand, which might seem a little steep, but once it gets here... Oh, it's kind of a shame that it just disappears there. I was hoping it would go all the way in and you'd wonder where is it coming out. Yes, yes. Also, capacity, you. These do have double capacity, so if you use warehouses to move things around rather than what I've been doing, which is just telling individuals to go and sell, you will have your dispatch costs. Transport costs I should go for. Dispatch cost is specifically the cost for any route upon which you add the cost of the distance that it has to travel. But these costs are minimal, $500 dues. But you can tell the difference. If this distance here is costing me, say, 5 grand for 12 items, and this distance here is 500 for 2, it's clear as day. Trains reign supreme. Still, farmer's market, finally being met in its demand. So Olinda will hopefully claw its way out of stagnation and begin growing. The region claims to be worth 4.2 million. I don't know about that. Warehouse input can be split off from warehouse input. Warehouse input can be split off from warehouse... Oh, input and output, yes. Yeah, less road traffic this way, that's for sure. Seems a lot harder to choke your railways. Because look at this, I think what I have here is a very basic setup, but these roads are getting choked up. I knew this because I only put one artery between this place. Because I couldn't put it over here, I didn't want to choke my water any more than I have. But that money is rolling on in now. Thank you, Olinda. Question is, what can we do for Canoas as well? I would like to have more advanced stuff to be doing. Did I... Yeah, I've already queued up my R&D investment. In fact, it is done already. So I can start thinking about what else I want. Research 0 out of 1. What is this? Probably telling me that I need to get something done. Invest in the sciences. With the new year right around the corner, we better produce some extra goods for the party. Research 1, tier 1 plus. If you do, you'll get research speed increased. Well, what a coincidence. I'm just about to start doing some research. And I assume tier 1 plus is this. It's probably 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Question is what we want to do. If anything. None of these places have new shops for me, do they? Apparently, this place is bloated in prosperity. I don't know if bloated is good or bad. Prospering, stagnating. I did say I wanted to fill up Canoas, but what with? See, Canoas will take the milk and the leathers, but that's going to leave me with leftover beef. And I don't know who wants beef. You're already getting your beef. And I don't think I want to draw a train line and a logistics setup just to give you some beef. Although you wouldn't mind some. I could send you some more basic things. I could just set up a whole load of plantation of berries and apples. Or I could not care that much about you and look at Porto instead. See, Porto also want me. Oh, Porto want the beef. Oh, but I'm giving Porto the beef, of course. How much for permitting Canoas? I don't think you can do that stuff until you do more of the things that the assistant is telling you to do. Here is another opportunity. It's a dynamic event. Unlike events, these will appear randomly. Unlike events, you have an objective. Complete it. You'll avoid a bad effect or get a good one. This probably has been telling me about doing other things that I've been ignoring. Still though, I should be doing some tech, I just don't know what. Kinda regret settling Salvador now because all this stuff is heavy industry, which I'm not particularly interested in doing. Still can't change the fact that they want stuff like their oil. It might not be the worst thing in the world to figure out how to make refined oil. Do I have access to oil? Coal, iron, gas, but no oil. What I could do is import raw oil and refine it. I don't know what the returns on that would be. I suppose I could try. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Import from the state and refine. It's under the gas, Jake. It's right there. Under the gas. I have no idea what you're talking about. Unless you're talking about this. But I don't own this. See, it's outside of my border. That is owned by Porto Alegre, which I do not have the rights to build inside. So, shame on you, Ave, for calling me the blind one. I would punish you accordingly, but I'm in a very good mood because I'm playing this wonderful game. I wonder if I would try that out. I don't know what the returns are going to be on this, but for all I know, it's very good. I want to try it at least. Import from the state. You can do it like Tropico. This is what you'd want to do if you were mid to late game in Tropico. You're either running out of stuff to exploit or you don't want to continue polluting your land, so you just import what you need, refine it, and sell it off for boon dollar. No, Ave, I don't think it will. This is more to tide me over, because I have been hungry for so long for a good game where I build or strategize or manage, and this is scratching the itch a wee bit. Although, thinking about it, I could certainly spend quite a bit of time on it. Might end up just long playing all but name, if I can just get that Europe map to work. Actually, this is a good moment to take a small moment. Should be repeating myself like that. This is a good opportunity to talk about what I talked about at the very start of this stream, because there's doubtlessly people here that weren't here there. If we come out of this for a moment, what I would really like to do is this, but on real-world location, like the New World, or Europe, or Asia. And I just can't get it to work, because what I would do... Oh my god, the intro music again! This was a mistake. Alright, well let's get away from this as soon as possible. Here's what I'd like to do. I would like to have... There's my custom Euro one. I would like to be able to import a height map of Europe, which I can do. There we go, height map, Europe. Reduce that water level so we're not drowning the Netherlands too much to 5%. And I would like to be able to play on this map, because randomly generated blobs of map just don't carry that same emotional value to me. If I turn one part of the map into an unnavigable smog of pollution, I don't feel the same joy that I would if I was doing that to, say, Italy. And again, credit to the game, we can bring in a map. You can bring in a height map of anything. You could bring in a height map of your genitalia if you were that way inclined. But in this case, we're going even worse, and we're having something that includes the Netherlands. Now this is the kind of map that I would love to cover in my glorious industry, but I just can't figure out how to place the cities properly. There is apparently a way to nail the cities into specific areas, but I have not figured out how to do that properly, and I can't give them custom names. I can customize the size of them, so this strangely... Well, I can't do it here because I'm not in custom zone, but you can change the population, but for some reason not the name here. Yeah, no cities in the UK. Sometimes it randomly spawns one in Iberia, but that's the thing, it's randomly spawning these cities. I can't just pick up one and place it. Even though there's a custom editor, I don't think you can custom edit the location. If somebody there knows how, please tell me. Because something that we would definitely have several days of on this channel is if I can get this to work on Europe. And we did have Francia here, and Stockholm, or what did I call them here? Scandinavia. Scandinavia here, Russian Empire, the Balkans. Maybe I could rename it Yugoslavia, that would be more tempting. Plus that's 1930, right? Anyway, that's what I want to do. I haven't figured out how. If I do, there's probably going to be a whole lot more of this. So that's basically my plea, that someone out there maybe knows how to do that. I like how Sweden is just greater Poland. Yeah, that's my problem. I just can't seem to put down the cities as I want them. Anyway, let's get back to discount Brazil. And don't accidentally delete it. The scenario creator does not appear to have the tools to do that, Lampsack. It doesn't allow you to rename cities, and it doesn't allow you to choose the position of the cities. The documentation for the modding does say that if you put magenta squares on the map that you upload as a height map, it uses those as city positions, but I tried that, it didn't work. I tried it a lot of different ways, it didn't work. I messaged the developer. They told me to refer to the documentation. So, what the heck is that? You're hearing that as well, right? What in the world was that? Oh, now that is excellent news. So Arcaju has grown to the point where it has a third store, which is somewhere that I could exploit by sending what they want. Unfortunately, it's Hipster Town. Fortunately, they want dye. I can do dyes. Dyes are just berries and water. Something. Winter... Oh, so if I had gone down the sheep path... Wow, okay, a lot of money could be made if you went down that... Holy moly, look at the prices that go on these winter clothes. And more so on these work clothes. Okay, so my competitor over there has got a good chance of making a ton of money if he's invested in agriculture. He's got his chocolate and his oil drills and his sand and stuff, so I don't think he does. But you've got a lot of cotton going for you. And you've got livestock. What a guy. Oh, Nix. It's flying a little close to the sun, don't you think? Alright, this warehouse actually doesn't have anything stored in it. I guess I managed to sell everything successfully. Fully supplied, and yet the prices aren't collapsing, so that's good. Ah, here we go. Fresh batch of Salvador's finest chops. I wonder what the difference between these two bars is. Seems 132,000 gets a third shop. I'll get behind that. Probably means I have a lot to do for growing these, but hey, Canoas isn't that far off, is it? And Porto is growing. Getting those third shops seems pretty important in getting the extra dosh coming on in. Lovely. You would... Well, I know I had a ton of space here, but it feels like I've rapidly filled up a whole bunch of it. Still, I'm making decent dosh. I could consider starting to buy out my competition, because they're only getting more expensive. 2.1 for you, 1.36 for you. But I'd rather invest in me than taking over yet more land, when I'm not even fully using the land that I have. I'll get that refined oil. This is where state stuff comes in, so I'm going to continue to use this as Pollutionville. And I will set up oil refinery here. And who wanted my refined oil anyway? Oh, thank God, you do. The price isn't very good on it, so I'm actually probably looking at a bad idea here. But I will do it anyway. There we go. Show me that money. Actually, do show me that money. What am I making off of you? Total sales in... it's not Canoas, is it? It's Olinda. There we go. So in the past 3 months, we made about $1 million dues from selling to you. That's just gross, though. We don't know how that cuts into the costs of creating these. But given the low costs of transporting things by rail, I can be quite certain that I'm making a healthy profit on it. And on top of that, the roads don't seem choked up. But what if I wanted to know more about that? If I'm not mistaken, there is a way to check that. Show traffic heat map. Aha! It's telling me that this is a real choke point. But it doesn't seem too backed up. So I'm going to mortgage my problem and just make it urban road up to that point. And I should probably make this a good slab of urban road so things speed up a bit. Oh, my days, that worked better than I thought. How about the pollution? It doesn't matter. As long as these people don't have to breathe it, it's okay. World grid? Oh, I don't like that. There we go. Alright, excellent. So we managed to do our breakthrough. Auctions allow us to start getting more ground or get an advantage over another company. See if you can bid with them. Win the auction. Ooh, I like furniture-based selling. What do we get? Also, okay, so I assume I have this for however long. I don't know how long, though. Product amount, 25 furniture bases to Salvador. I don't understand. Why do I care? I'm assuming this is something that I have to do by March next year, and I could easily do that. I've got the industry set up for it. So, do I win? Okay, I won that contract. Did I pay for that contract? I am so confused. Ah, that was the reward, so they will reward me for delivering all those. They'll give you 2 million for that furniture. Okay, goody goody, but I'm already sending that furniture. Do I have to send it to something else then? Contracts. Ah, okay, it goes to town center now. Interesting. Over to there. And you over to there. And I want you to hold back on your original stuff like that. Okay, that should do it then. Hang on, what's all this? A permit. A permit for the region of Noga Iguacu. That cannot be a real name of anything. This is Nova Iguacu, and unfortunately in winter it's very hard to tell where its endpoint is. So it includes this. That is definitely not worth the money. I am surprised that these people are trying to pay for it, but that should hurt them more than it would benefit me. Contracts are additional opportunity. Sure, we may not send products to shops, so if we complete the contract we'll get a much larger sum of cash. It's only 2 million, and it doesn't cause my cities to grow, so there's something to be said on both sides of that. The heck was that? Game, please. Don't make random noises at me, I don't understand. Okay, I know I won the auction. Ah, might be yelling at me for not researching more things. You losing the auction, I'll believe that. Okay, I should keep going with this now. The idea that my friend over to the south has that tailor shop, although it's his, it's not really his, right? Anybody can go in and grab this stuff. If I were cheeky enough to go in there and supply it with dyes and clothes and stuff, I'd make some pretty hefty buckets of ducats. In fact, I could make a ton of money just grossly supplying this, and I don't think he's going to be doing that. It does mean that I would need to look into researching everything needed for it, which would include sheep, and cotton, and fibers, and dye. Oof, and light fabric, and heavy fabric. Those are spicy ones to have to do. But... oh yeah, this stuff is real late on. But I could turn myself around and work towards this for the big money. Yeah, we could get it done a lot faster if we just plow in the research. I like the idea of that. I should probably focus one or t'other. So... Summer clothes, winter... I want both. I really just want both. Tell you what, I will get this tier and I'll focus on clothes later because I think it takes heavy and light fabric, doesn't it? It does. Basically all of that line can be sold here. Napkins. Am I hearing you correctly? Wow, napkins are late game tech. What, did just... Brazilians just wipe their noses on the nearest guy? Freaking Brazilians, man. Okay, well, I'm hoping to make Brazilians of dollars here. Let us try out refining oil. I don't know how this is going to go, but we're going to have to find out. Factory, petrochemical plant. Now this is almost certainly going to be ultra heavy pollution. Let's try it out. Let's get an urban road going. Why the heck not? How much is this going to cost me? Nothing, huh? Boys, boys, why do I have any non-great road? Upgrading to urban road costs me like nothing here. I shouldn't have dirt roads at all. I don't think I pay any upkeep for roads, so... Let's get rid of all these dirty roads. I know we're in Brazil, but... I'm here to build a better Brazil, as I often am in the games that I play. Of all the countries I thought I would have a strong affinity with, never in my wildest dreams would I have thought it would be Brazil. I'd love to just have some big upgrade thing for this, but I think the meta in this game is to rush for these roads. I think something I heard was just make it one of your first free ones, because you don't usually need 3 techs to get your initial industry on the go. 2 will suffice for most things. So use your 3rd one on the roads, but I didn't see the point, because faster roads don't reduce your costs, they just make things move faster, and that's not a big concern in the early game. Now, who am I to argue with the people that actually know this game and have played it a lot more? Me, that's who. This feels nice. This feels like a modernizing Brazil, which is not a good thing from what I've heard. What was it? Better train infrastructure in 1920 than today? Alright, did I miss a spot? Possibly. But it looks okay to me now. So, this is my first time doing this. We'll see how it works. I want the state to sell me raw oil to the petrochemical plant 1. It costs 1.2 thousand for dispatch alone. I could have a warehouse set up, which would then packet it up and send it off twice as dense, but the warehouse itself would have upkeep that might not make that worthwhile. Regardless, you're going to import that, you're going to refine it, and then you will send that over to the construction goods place. All in all, that's 2,000 2,000 cost on just transport. Import fees, probably pretty hefty, but we'll check that out as time goes on. And you produce 1 petrochemical per 2 per 15 days. Not bad, but these guys want 8. Am I man enough to have more petrochemical plants? The answer is yes. There's no point doing all this and then just having half measures. The real question is, how many petrochemical plants do I want? The answer is also yes. I don't see a reason to not give them every little bit of delicious chemicals that they want. Now I am starting to think that a warehouse would be worthwhile in cutting down the amount of travelling these petrochemicals are going to have to do. I keep saying that word, it's going to lose its meaning. BR meetup next year. It's scary, I'd get shanked. I can have 9 destination slots for these, so if I want to import my oil... Ah, this is why you would import it to a single location. it might be worth my time just bringing it into a warehouse then. Let's do it. Surely warehouses don't cost much. What's the in-way? That's the in-way. So if I have my warehouse here, and then it takes an outie route like so. Do I want to loop these two together? Do I care? I don't really know for certain, so I'm going to link you up like so. I fear if I link these two together, it's just asking for trouble with traffic pileup. I can't think of a reason why you would want to come out here and then loop back to that in a hurry, but you might want to at some point. In any case, now I ask the state to produce this oil and put it right here. And it's suddenly dawning on me, this must be really boring to certain kinds of people. But to other certain kinds of people, i.e. me, I find this really rather exciting. Maximum cent. Right, I don't want that warehouse having more than, I guess, the minimum amount needed for these, so let's say 8. Minimum kept? Surely the state doesn't need to keep any of these, so let's go with 8. And let's say that you can have unlimited destinations. I want you to have, no, not olive oil, just plain oil. To here. Currently waiting until full with that. Alright, groovy, but there's more to be done. I get some kind of sick kick out of this. It's never been about what the peasants want, says Neefington. This is a dictatorship. How's your peg leg? Right. All I remember of Neefington is what a horrible character he was in my first RimWorld run. Walking in on a peg leg, constantly complaining, demanding the nicest room, and then still getting a seat on the ship away. Is max sent to? I think I'll actually put this up to 4. Now that's... I still don't know how this is going to be in terms of cost, but it is halving the amount of transport costs. Alright, in come the... Holy smokes, did that say 21,000? Ha! 21,000 for one bit of oil? That cannot be right. State, you're not ripping me off, are you? Global market. Oil, 7,000. Salvador buys at 12. Air. You sure you're buying at 12? Because that looks a lot like 20-something thousand. Ouch. You really sure I'm buying for that? It adds the transport cost. The transport costs are 360 to go from here to here. I think that's 250 dispatch cost and like $10 per tile moved. Holy smokes, that state price is pretty high. But could I still make a profit off of it? $12,000. It's only worth it for tier 3 plus products, says Baskinger. Damn, I wanted this to work. Otherwise I'm going to end up with these petrochemical plants that aren't going to really be doing anything worth my time and money. That said though, we do, for every 3 of those, pump out 70,000 worth of petrochemicals. So there might still be a bit of money to be made here. 21 and 21 and 21 is like 60,000 minus transport costs. Oh, I don't like the sound of it. And then minus the building upkeep. I am almost certainly making a loss on this. I could buy the region of Olinda, but I just set up a railway station there. Olinda, do you have oil? Olinda's area is tiny. They have fish. That oil does not belong to Olinda. Do I want to spend that much money on Olinda? Okay, I'm not so sure that I do, but having this space to build on seems kind of tempting. And it's also land that my competitors won't be able to build on. Fish. Olinda, do you even eat your own fish? You do, but it goes for pittance. I just had a thought about what I spend on the state here. Does it show up? Vehicle, loans, fines, R&D, construction. Doesn't mention the state costs there. You know what? I think I'll buy Olinda just so nobody else can have it. Oh, but I might get outbid here. Could always take a loan to get Olinda, but it's not that important to me. There we go. Now I'm in debt. But it was all worth it to get Olinda and its fish and nothing else. Go, petrochemical plants, make me the money. Oh, they make tons of pollution. Oh, that's very bad. Okay, so between the upkeep and the everything else, I'm not so convinced this is worth my time. Where are these guys going? Ah, right, they're making the return journey. I don't think you pay for the return journey, thankfully. We have researched sheep. Okay, great, we're out of debt. Maybe I should cut back on the... Nah, we're okay. Oh, you no longer have any money. Take an emergency loan, low interest. Or you... Wow, I had no idea bankruptcy was that rough. The low rate of 25. Okay, well, we're learning. Achievement unlocked, penniless. Well, that is grim, game. How very grim of you. Well, lessons learnt there. Maybe making constant losses on my petrochemical plants are not a good idea. Interest of new loans reduced by 42% for 14 months. Does that include the one I just took? Anyway, I don't think I want to spend more money at this point. Damn it, I was done in by Olinda. I think it's this that makes me feel like I'm playing Off-World Trading Company, the kind of events that are popping up along with the way you play it. Holy moly, where is my money going? Am I really losing it all to buying from the state? Ah, well, it doesn't help that I have to pay off that loan. Oh, it's becoming harder and harder to turn a profit here. I might have gone and shot myself in the kneecaps with this. Deliver 41 wooden planks to Canoas. Oh, Canoas is over there. I don't think that's in my interest at this moment. My interest is in rushing out of debt by delivering all of these. That'll allow me to start making money from... that's right, I'm not making money on these anymore because I'm sending it to the city centre. I see. Alright, we'll dig our way out of this. I had no idea the state prices were so high. It says buys at 12,000. I thought that's fine, but then we actually buy at 21,000 or so? Don't know. Yeah, there we go. 21,000 odd. Terrifying. Whoa. Why am I not selling this stuff? I only sent one of them to sell. Whoops. I've been spending all this time not making my money out of these things. And now I'm actually liable to choke the demand. Oh well. In comes all of the goods. And I'm gonna crash the price of chemicals in my own home. Alright, that tells me what I need to know. Some of you guys are shutting down. I can't afford the costs. Okay. It automatically deletes the town centre destination, so we will dig ourselves out of here. We made all the money from selling the furniture parts. We'll make the money from petrochemicals. And we will continue to make money off of these things by selling them as we used to. And I can't believe how nasty you were to me, oh Linda. Paid all that money for you, and you just tried to get... But you got me an achievement, so I suppose I can't complain. Also, during all that time of worrying about dying to debt, we got our research done. We can make our way down to fabrics in short order. Means I should probably start getting my fields and things operational. I should do it around here. But my nasty competitor is gassing the area. How dare he? I still think this might be a good place for doing it, but sheep will need fed, and I don't think there's any way around needing the sheep's wool? No, cotton to fibers. There is no need for sheep wool. This is why I thought sheep wool was needed. I saw it on winter clothes. But if I just go for light fabrics, I don't need that. Well, let's ask ourselves, what's going to make us the $1 here? Light fabrics, oddly enough, pretty good. Fibers. So if I sell them dyes, fibers, and light fabrics, Aracaju is going to make me the $1. The question is, what is the scale of production needed there? This run has been wonderfully, authentically Brazilian so far, says Rolling Ninja. You're very welcome. I'm really wondering if it's worth me even keeping these things operational or inside my place at all. Importing oil to turn into petrochemicals? Not good business for me. And look, I've crashed the price of it so hard. Oh, that is tragic. Okay, all of these guys are going off. There we go. They should stop polluting and stop costing me quite so much money, but they will still cost me money. And I will get my petrochemicals operational in the future. I wonder if petrochemicals can be used for something else. And I have said petrochemicals more times in this run than I think I have in my life. Somebody must need these things. Refined oil, is it really not used for anything? Really not used for anything? Whoa, it's a dead end. What you want to do with oil is turn it into plastics, which you use for cutlery, or buttons, or adhesive. Well, I made a big mistake there. I guess that's a great way to turn oil that you can exploit into money. But as we have been over, I don't have good access to oil. I could. Oh, I could. You can set the factories to something else. If I had them, yes. But I don't. Well, actually, they could make chemicals out of gas. Do I not have gas? No, once again. It's in Porto Algeri. Slagging it off before, and now it's the one that's having me in. You can make rubber out of rubber. Rubber only needs water. Water into rubber? You know what, that's a pretty tempting way to actually make these things make me some money. Oh, we need someone that actually buys rubber, of course. I'm just assuming somebody will want my rubber. There we go, raw rubber. No, I want to sell advanced sorts of rubber, but I guess that's not going to happen here, is it? Ah, okay, I've dug myself a bit of a pit here, but we will dig our way out. I'll just leave these petrochemical plants alone for a bit. Yeah, the gas is close to the border. Well, this guy's gas certainly is. Right, let's not get too lost here. My goal is to make stuff for this clothing store now. Textiles, dyes, fabrics. So we should start with plantations for cotton. How's that gonna work anyway? Where's the best way to do my plantations? Still so much wood here. If I need a lot more wood for anything, the option would be there. I don't actually know what kind of space is needed for one of these. If I plunked you down here, plantations go out like that, do they? I see. And if you were to do cotton, you would get me 3 cotton every 15 days. 3 cotton every 15 days, huh? Which I would want to turn directly into fibers, surely. I mean, I could sell raw cotton, but at this point I don't think I should be thinking about selling... Oh, boy, it sells for 13 grand each. That's pretty good rates there. Okay, let's not get distracted though. We're thinking of textiles. Textile? Fibers, that's it. 2 of these go into 2 fibers. Base price pretty much doubles, which is nice. But I would then want to make it into light fabric using dyes, which are berries. Whoa man, this is already getting a bit complex, isn't it? Start out with the cotton. I'm probably going to want a lot of cotton since there's a lot of that to sell, and I'll want, yeah, there's a lot of cotton that I'm going to need. Fair enough. So, get me my plantation again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Donk. 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 And there we go. Oh wait, no, it didn't clone the name this time. I could have sworn when I used the copy-paste tool before, it was giving it the same name. These guys are going to need a ton of water, but that's okay. Ah, there we go. Plantation 4, Plantation 3, Plantation 4. But if I clone Plantation 4, am I going to magically end up with Plantation 5? Game, you are confusing me. 3, 4, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6. Close, but not close enough, so it increments the number from what you cloned. Later tech allows for 2 extra farms, yes, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's why I have this space in the middle. I should also be keeping in mind that I am in debt to the state, But it was all for the achievement, so it's okay. These places are going to need probably 2 water fields. And the water is far, but terraforming is expensive. But I'll probably terraform anyway, because I'll want water here both for you and for the berries that I need to turn into dyes, which will need yet more water. So the need for water is dire. How's that gonna work though? If I have my water siphon here... whatever, just embrace it. Tells me I'm going to want my water running along here. So although terraforming is expensive, I'm going to do it anyway. That's not how I want it. Construction alert, no harvest. Yeah, I'm aware of that, I just built the thing. And don't you tell me what I can't afford. Oh, right, it's trying to do something over there. I'm grateful that terraforming is as available as it is. It can be quite frustrating when you get into a game and you just don't have the power to do these things. Oh great, I managed to put that in the actually correct position. I'll have something like that, and that will juice up 2 of them. And that means I'll copy number 12 to get number, hopefully, 13. 1, 2, 3. Well, that is working out now, isn't it? There we go. Water these bad boys up. I'm almost certainly going to want to involve a warehouse here because sending these back to Salvador is going to be very expensive on the stuff that I ship back. But that's okay. Get it sorted. I'm going to need to take out more loans to not end up in debt here, but it's all for the greater good. I'll make tons of dosh, don't you worry. The worrying is for me to do. So I know this cotton will straight away be able to be sold here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'll probably want a warehouse set up here, maybe? Perhaps even around here. Well, what are we doing beyond here? Textile factory. Cotton and berries for clothing products, light fabric, da-da-da. But the textile factory doesn't need water, does it? No, but the dye does. And the textile factory makes the dye, which needs water. So that is probably best done here. There's no escaping the enormous demands for water, I see. That's funny, in my head this is symmetrical. Why are the... Oh, right, I see the roads. The roads don't come out quite the way I thought. Does that mean I want you here? Probably not. He's thinking, he's thinking... Yeah, that should do. Oh ho, why? Oh, right, wrong place. You were just a little too close there. How about that then? Doing this without pause would stress me the heckle out. So there we go, you get more water. That'll hopefully deal with making berries, which I hope will make enough dyes without me having too much grief. But if this needs to be extended, I'll keep this around for making more water. I'd love to have access to bridges, actually. Could I go to my logistics and say, please give bridges. Tunnels and bridges cost 1.8 million. Okay, maybe we're okay. Maybe we're fine as we are. Yeah, Magic River. It's really just an oversized well, though, isn't it? Right, well, this water needs to be put to use in some way, shape, or form. I think I will have you come up like so. And then make my... To be clear, you do buy dyes straight up, right? You do. Thank God for that. Do I buy dyes straight up? Nah, if I did, surely I would have had that by now. And the dyes are worth the decent dosh. I think I'll send it by truck rather than establish a train network, because that stuff's going to get expensive quickly. But as soon as I can, I'll probably set up a train station here to ship it down. For now, though, I suspect... Logistically, I want my warehouse, and I want it here. Comes in left and turns in there. Comes out left, goes along there. Shouldn't cause any major traffic issues. As for whether or not it will, who's to say? Now that'll do you for now. I'm putting down a whole lot and that money is running out. I might have to go crawling for another loan, and I'm going to start wishing that I had taken that opportunity to get lower cost loans. Still, we persevere. Textile factories... I don't know how much pollution these things produce, so it's probably worth... Oh, well, no. Let's build our farm first. Farm. Berry orchard. Apples, grapes, oranges, and rubber. Crops. It is an orchard, right? Oh no, berries are done at a plantation. Yeah, it even says there, if I had opened my eyes to read it. Right then. Berries. Very good. I feel like I'm digging myself a hell of a grave. Right, that will produce 6 berries. I'll leave space to expand it out here, because I'll doubtlessly want more. How much are we talking to... Ah. Well, we won't be affording that then. Let's just do what we can for now then. I want my textile factory over here. You're the one that makes the dyes, right? Cotton and berries, clothings like light fabrics and work clothes. So hopefully a bunch of you will do the job that I'm looking for. Right, let's hope that's enough because I've just gone and spent all my money. In fact, if I go bankrupt again, it's probably going to be game over, so maybe I should prepare myself with a bit of a loan. HQ. Let's talk to... I don't like many of these loans. Still, 10% is better than not 10%. That's an extreme monthly cost. But I get a better interest rate if I don't take it out for so long. Yeah, I'll take it. Okay, so how's this going to go? I suspect this latest water siphon I made isn't... Well, the upkeep on these things is tiny, it's hardly a big deal. Destination, berry farm. Keep those guys watered up. berry farm with all those berries. I want you to work on making all this dye. 2 berries per 15 days. Quite a lot. Oh well. Here you go. I'm gonna have you deliver water to that one. I would actually like you to do dyes as well. That's 4 berries every 15 days, which we don't do we? No, we do considerably less than that. Ah, but if I had the tech to get more, then we would be able to do that. Technology. Fields. Crop fields, plantation fields. Let's go for it. And, you know, while we're at it, why don't we have another one of these? Who's gonna stop us? We have the need. We have the goods. So now, plantation. How much of these things do you need anyway for cotton? 4 cotton every month. I can just feel in my head how this is going wrong, but let's not worry about it. Which one did you do? 3 and 4. So, these guys should get a basic amount of what they need to make textiles and such. Do I just want to make light fabrics first or not? I don't know. Where is slavery on the tech tree? Too far away for sure. So the water will come out. Start all these. These will get what they need. They'll make the basic goods. I'm not telling them to put them anywhere yet. I will probably put it into... How do I think about it? I'm going to need a lot more textiles than just this. And the pollution they make... Oh, they don't make pollution. Ah, but maybe they do when they start up. Almost certainly it's textile making. Still, once I have something going out, it's going to go to Warehouse 4, and they'll dispatch down to Aracaju, first by truck, and then when I can afford it, by train. Now, get to work, everyone. I'm in desperate need of dosh. I'm getting DMs aplenty during this. Probably people yelling at me for how to play the game better. Come on, folks. Work those plantations for me. Dig me out of debt. Oh, I've made $1 million this month. That's a good sign. R&D on all the stuff I got. That permit that I haven't used at all. I just didn't want my foes to get it. Well, these guys are getting their water at least. Okay, great. Now you're making your dyes. I just don't know. Do I want to sell the dyes directly or make the fabrics with them? It's hard to say. Porto. I mean, I'm getting the feeling that it's not even worth caring about those tiny bits of money. But it is free money. Ah, but I would complicate my destination slots here, wouldn't I? I would. Oh well. We'll see if I can win it first. And then I would say, no, your destination is actually just straight up there in the town centre. And I'll have to remember to come and change these later on. Should be simple enough to do though. Got the berries, you've got the water, you're making the dye. You have got nothing. You are being delivered to, though, right? Oh, right. You're not. You're not at all. You are only delivering to that one place for now. I could go and put it there as well, but it would be a little low on the efficiency, because this guy drinks up 4 berries a month of the 6 that you produce, so this place isn't going to be working at full capacity. I should probably just supply it anyway. It won't work at full capacity, but at least I'll get something out of it. Are you getting your water? You are now. They might be yelling at you to go away so we can get back to the marathon. If you're in orange now... Well, I wouldn't say you're in orange forever. I suppose if somebody finishes the game off stream, I'd still put it into the playlist. And there will be a playlist come the end of all this. So, the textiles are being made. It's just the big question of what I want to do with the textiles. Do I want to sell them straight up? Or do I want to finish off my light fabric and do that first? Probably best if I look at who I'm selling to when I consider that. Because the light fabric is almost going to double the value of those textiles. Although they do drink a bit of dye for that, and the dye is super expensive. Whether or not that's worth my time is open for debate. It certainly is more money, but I have to put some cash up front to get that light fabric being produced, and I certainly don't make enough of this to fibers and dye to fulfill demand as it is. I think I will, though. Goodness, I wish this was terraformed. There we go. You will... Oh, I should not have done that. Because I can't do anything with you until that light fabric is researched. And that means you guys are going to end up with this stuff just sitting around doing a whole lot of not much. Well then, I suppose for the time, you should throw these into the warehouse. And then the warehouse is going to be selling... Is it considered tier 1? It is. You are going to sell those over to the clothing store. Look at that massive cost of delivery, but if I make sure that you wait until you're full and that you meet demand, then that essentially halves that cost, so that should be okay. How's about the dyes? I think I'll do the same thing with them for now. I just want to get the money rolling. Not having money makes me feel a bit iffy, and I certainly don't have money right now. Yeah, just get those sent over. And again, dyes are tier 1. Bring them over there. Make sure it's full. There we go. So off they trot, and out they go. Skip the heavy fabric research. More berries. Yeah. I'm not even going to be able to fulfill the demand on light leather, let alone the heavy stuff. Let's remind ourselves what that's all about. Where is it? Textile. Yeah, I need to rope the hides into this as well. But those are easy to get. And it does lay the path open to these clothes, which are big money. But I think I'd like to have these things done first, so yeah. What I'll do is I'll move you across to the end there. That's clever. I'll believe that's clever enough. The poor cow... Don't worry, we're just taking what the cows are shedding. We're not killing any cows around here. Would the Brazilians be so animalistic? Oh, these petrochemical plants are costing me so much money. But I have all this oil that I've already imported. Why don't I just say no to buying up the state's oil? Check to see if petrochemicals are still crashing and burning. Not too badly, and they've run out of everything they've stored. So at this point, I could at least make back some of my money, as long as these guys still have it. Turn them on, and the game will be kind enough to alert me once they no longer have their stuff. But I do want more berries. I only need one more berry field and I'll be able to fulfill this demand, but this is all just... well, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, but it is intended to be temporary. Great job, you sold all those. Now please sell the rest to... Wait, where were they going? Were they going to my own hardware store? Probably. It makes the most sense. Is the goal to turn Brazil into an uninhabitable wasteland? Are we deviating from reality? That might be an opportunity to save here for a moment. We'll call this one Discount Brazil 3, because I like to save and save often. And we'll come back to this very shortly, but I do want to point out that this game has a 200-year later setting. So here we are, it's starting in 1930, but the game has a 2130 setting, which I've never actually seen, so we're going to learn about that together. But I don't plan on playing much with it, I'm far more in tune with this 1930... Why is the game not responding? Is it one of those games that does not want you to stop playing at all, ever? Actually kind of seems like it. Okay. Game is giving me that tinted white screen of, oh god, everything's breaking now. Well, we don't know. Will Brazil exist in 2130? It's terrifying to imagine, but it's possible. Okay, game, enough pulling me by the nose ring here. No, do not send a message to Microsoft. 23.1% of players have got the lose the game through bankruptcy thing. But I did not lose. I held on. All because of that bleeding Brazilian town. There we go, we're back in. Bill Gates wishes he knew my galactic mind when it comes to building up industry. I'm probably playing this game exceptionally badly. If you have experience of the game, you're probably cringing at this. But this is my first proper stab at the game, and I really do like it. If I'm able to get that European map thing working, I want to go full Railway Empire on it. Although I wonder if... Okay, come on game, there we go. The whole point of this was just to look at... In fact, let's come away from that, let's sandbox it. The United States name's 2130. We'll just have a small map. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bang. What is even the point of those send your diagnostic thing to Microsoft? Maybe it actually does something that's beyond me. There we go, far less fulfilling and small map. I'm not sure if people agree or not with my take on it, but it is still my take. When I get a map like this, I find it very hard to be invested in it. What even is this? Whose lake is this? What mountain? What this river? What's it separating us from? There's no attachment to it, but when I get the map of Western Europe, then suddenly I have this affinity or lack thereof of places that I see on the map. That's why I want to play this on a proper height map with proper city locations and names. Still, this doesn't look too bad. I thought the whole map would be a barren wasteland. Barren. Preservation, drinks, toy factories. This all looks the same. Still has adhesive and chemicals and all that stuff. Huh. I thought the game would be different if you set it for 2130. Did I not set it correctly? You haven't switched in the main menu. Ah. Well pointed out. There was this. There we go. Ah, that's just the name generator, not the actual map. I see, I see. Calden's pointing out that the 2031 one is a very different game experience. Sure looks very different. What do we have going on here? So as best I can tell, the land is some horrible smog, because Brazil has been exploited to its last. We've got the remnants of buildings out here, so let's... Oh, if I'd actually read this tooltip. Central hub, business managing tech tree, loans and contracts. Just slap you down willy-nilly. Assorted goods, fabrication shop, silica, titanium, ooh, gold. We have credits instead of dollars. Polymers, struts, cases, neural connectors. Look at the markup on that. Superconductors. I'm unsure what part of this would be a different experience, since it seems largely reskinned items here, but maybe, just maybe. Oh, actually, the land does... Oh, okay, here we go. So this is unpolluted, and this is the smog. So as best I understand it, you'd probably need to be throwing down air purifiers, which, if I recall, themselves need... Yeah, this one needs... Ooh, you can restore the earth here. Interesting. Well, I'm not going to set up industry for this, so I'm just going to go to the state and tell them to give me all the silica I need for my purifier. And tell them, give me all you've got. Do they have trucks, or are they, like, lying trucks? Also, is the state actually going to give me any of that? Because I think... Oh, the state is over there. Can I build a road? I can. Great. Then we're going to have... Train? No, those are just tracks. Eee. Bring me my silica. State, come on. Trucks. Trucks never change. Yeah, Marvin, some changes have happened to Brazil. So, what do you do in this time? Are you actually going to give me a world worth living on? Oh, kind of. Right, I see. You're getting rid of the god-awful smog. Pollution's going away, but can you actually plant things on the ground? You can raise and lower or flatten. Cultivate vat farms. Generate high fiber tissue. Otherwise, replication mega factory. I think I'm going to need a bit more than one air purifier for that. So one of the ways to win the game is to make prototype models. I think for the 1931 it's the car, the TV dinner, or something else. In this one it's likely the replicator. Or maybe you get something from doing similar... I don't know. Again, not familiar with the endgame stuff. Anyway, this doesn't appeal to me. Maybe it appeals to some sort of person, but I like to keep things on a green earth in the past, rather than this futuristic megacity covered in the smog. And I'm not seeing anything about planting grass. You can plant trees in 1930, but might be out of luck here. What's the layout mode? Don't like it. Go away. The first piece. Oh yeah, there is making the first computer. Let's come out of this. Can I just straight up load discount Brazil from here? Oh yeah, let's be done with it. Oh god, what if it changes Brazil into the future? Not sure I'd be able to handle that. Ah, thank goodness. The green earth is mine again. Okay, I'm not sure where the time went. It feels like I just fired this game up an hour ago, but we've been on the go for almost 4.5. So I'm actually going to save it and quit it out here. But the question that, well, at least is on my mind is, where are we going with this? This isn't some kind of long play thing that won, it's just something that came out in a wild card. I really, really like what I see in this game, and I want to dig deeper and carpet the whole world with what we have. I'm going to play another session of this tomorrow, play more of this, get more familiar with other things like how the Zeppelins work or the best way to distribute. But my grand plan is to find some way to get that European map to work and then have a proper long session of just absolutely making Europe miserable or prosperous depending on where. And I don't know how, but I'm probably going to let that be open to oligarchic ways, so the chat can decide if we're going to burn down Italy or turn England into the smog. But I need to figure out how, and I will get on that. So, until we're back with more of this tomorrow, and until of course we have some Amayui later this evening, so cheers for joining for Rise of Industry, and a cheerio.